Assalamu alaikum everyone. I am Shayan Jami, Master Student of Strategic Studies at Yale University. Welcome to our international conference on the concept of national security in the 21st century and the emerging challenges. This is the first conference organized by the Faculty of Aerospace Sciences and Strategic Studies, and we are very grateful for the enthusiastic response from all of you. We are especially proud to share that today, in addition to Yale University students, we have with us students from different universities across Pakistan, including a delegation from Sialkot, who will join us shortly. It has been an ongoing effort on the part of our faculty to ensure that young scholars are given a platform to present and debate their views to further their learning on issues of international and strategic concern. I would like to request all of you to kindly observe COVID SOPs, wear a mask at all times, and observe social distancing, as facilitated by our seating arrangement. Also, please switch off your cell phones or at least turn them on silent to ensure against any disturbance during the conference. Thank you. We will now begin the program with the recitation from the movie.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر إن شانئك هو الأبتر
Welcome everyone. I'm Alina Afzal, a student of the BS program for International Relations first semester. To begin our inaugural session, I would like to request the Vice Chancellor of Yale University, Air Marshal Retired Javed Ahmed, and Acting Dean of the Faculty of Aerospace Sciences and Strategic Studies, Dr. Ali Saroj, to please come on stage. Air Marshal Retired Javed Ahmed is the Vice Chancellor of Yale University. He holds a master's degree in Defense and Strategic Studies from Air War College and a master's degree in War Studies from National Defense University, Islamabad. In his 40 years of commissioned service as a fighter pilot with Pakistan Air Force, the Air Marshal flew several fighter aircraft and served in senior command and staff assignments. These include the command of the prestigious Combat Commander School, an operational base, Assistant Chief of Air Staff, Chief Project Director of the JF-17 Fighter Production Program, and command of Pakistan Aeronautical Complex Combat. After retirement, the Air Marshal served as Director, Policy and Doctrine at Center for Aerospace and Security Studies, Islamabad, where specialist areas of research included analysis of aerospace development policies, doctrine formulation, artificial intelligence development, and implementation strategies. The Air Marshal has been associated with the Yale University since January 2020 as Vice Chancellor. Dr. Adil Sultan is the Acting Dean of Faculty of Aerospace Sciences and Strategic Studies and Head of the Department of Aerospace Sciences and Strategic Studies at the Yale University. He is a former Pakistan Air Force officer and has worked on arms control and strategic issues for over 16 years. He was a Director, Arms Control and Disarmament Affairs, and Director Research and Analysis at the Policy, Doctrine and Strategy Branch of the SPD before his retirement from the active service. Dr. Sultan has been a visiting research fellow at King's College London from 2017 to 2019, visiting fellow at International Institute for Strategic Studies London, and visiting fellow at Henry L. Stimson Center, Washington, D.C. Dr. Adil is also author of many publications on the issues of India and Pakistan nuclear programs, and has written a book titled Universalizing Nuclear Non-Proliferation Norms, a Regional Framework for South Asian Nuclear Weapons States, which was published by Paulville London in 2019. He is also the co-founder of Strategic Foresight for Asia, which is a London-based platform providing security-related analysis. I will request Dr. Adil Sultan to please give his opening remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Master Javed Ahmed, distinguished guests and students, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of my colleagues at the Department of Aerospace, Sciences and Strategic Studies, I welcome you all to our first international conference on the concept of national security and the emerging challenges. Department of Aerospace Sciences and Strategic Studies is a relatively young entity at the Air University. We started MS Strategic Studies program in 2018 and have enrolled our first batch of PSIR in autumn 2021. And we are hoping to start our PhD strategic studies from spring 2022. As many of you would know, that the Air University offers courses in several disciplines, which include natural and aerospace sciences, social sciences, cyber, artificial intelligence, and has vibrant medical and business schools. These diverse fields of studies being offered at one location provide unique opportunities for our students to engage in cross-disciplinary learning. This is useful to prepare the next generation of strategists and meet the challenges of the 21st century. At Department of Aerospace Sciences and Strategic Studies, we normally call it as DAS. We are also engaging our students in online activities in the form of webinars, and more recently have started Twitter-based sessions to encourage young scholars to share the perspectives and indulge in a healthy exchange of ideas. We have provided an online platform where students and other experts can contribute their thoughts in the form of op-eds on issues related to national security. This helps bring out a Pakistani perspective for the national as well as international audience. Ladies and gentlemen, national security is the most commonly used term, but not necessarily very well understood. Quite often it has been misused by the decision-making elites around the world to justify their actions and serve their personal goals and ambitions. Major powers have waged unjust wars against smaller states by using twisted interpretation of national security, while leaders from many smaller countries have misused it to cover their incompetency and perpetrate their personal goals. All states strive to enhance their national security, but in this age of globalization and interdependence, pursuing national security objectives has become even more complex. The changing patterns of globalization are not limited to economics alone, and could also lead to decoupling of political communities from territorial boundaries, making the concept of global citizenship a possibility. While the balance seems to be tilting towards globalization processes, there are de-globalization processes occurring simultaneously because of cultural interpretation of self versus others, and the growing trends of authoritarianism around the world. If technology is helping improve the quality of life, it is also decreasing the importance of labor as a factor, thus widening the gap between the rich and the poor. The post-pandemic world economic order may further widen this gap, bringing more pressures on the international liberal order and pushing the world further towards de-globalization. These transitions are not new and are cyclic in nature, and must be analyzed by the social scientists and future strategists sitting over here to develop clarity in whether geopolitics would continue to drive interstate relations or geoeconomics would prevail in the future. Here I would like to highlight salient conclusions from the Islamabad dialogue that was hosted by National Security Division earlier this year. It gave a new roadmap for Pakistan to define its national security priorities. The three main outcomes, which would also be relevant for today's discussion, are: number one, Pakistan needs to change the narrative of geopolitical contestation to geoeconomic cooperation. Two, great power competition and policies of containment are ascendant. However, Pakistan has decided not to be part of any regional conflict. Number three, the transnational nature of modern technology, data, artificial intelligence, have changed the nature of war, the balance of power, economic security, and the discussion of national security policy. Hence, Pakistan should reorient itself as a technology-friendly country, focusing on investing in artificial intelligence, technology, and internet connectivity. These are noble ideas, and all states must ideally pursue for their own development and make the world a peaceful place. However, the lessons of the past many decades suggest that the international system is based on realpolitik, and the major players have shown no proclivity to give up their pursuit for power maximization. The evolving new Cold War between China and the United States is one such example, which would potentially engulf several regional countries, notwithstanding their reluctance to become part of yet another great power rivalry. In this backdrop, countries like Pakistan have limited options to pursue their independent choices and neglect the impact of geopolitics and shift the focus towards geoeconomics. We hope that this aspect will come under discussion in today's conference, and our worthy panelists will provide the useful thoughts on the subject. Likewise, the discussions on emerging technologies could help us avoid technology fixation by enhancing our understanding of how new technologies could have positive or adverse impact on the future national security discourse. Let me also take this opportunity to thank all the speakers from Islamabad as well as from abroad who agreed to join for this hybrid event. The foreign speakers would be sharing their views online, and all other panelists shall be participating physically. This will provide exciting experience, especially to the young participants who have remained deprived of such exposure due to COVID-19 limitations. This, however, does not mean lowering of guard, since COVID remains a reality and could once again rebound. I would therefore urge everyone to continue following the safety protocols and social distancing during the event and thereafter. As you may have noticed that we have invited a significant number of students, many of them are still on their way, from various universities, and have kept the format informal so as to provide a conducive environment and encourage everyone to participate equally in the discussion. We have also added a complete panel of emerging scholars, one each from Air University, Bahia University, and National Defense University, who will be sharing their perspectives on the theme of today's conference. This, we believe, is necessary to promote new voices and encourage debates on issues that would affect the future of this country and the next generation. I'm sure this new precedent will generate more interest among young scholars and will encourage them to think and write about regional and global strategic issues. I and my colleagues are also grateful to our sponsors, Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, and some of the Islamabad-based think tanks who have joined us to share their work by setting up stalls outside the conference venue. This, we believe, will provide a good opportunity for the students to understand their work and contribution these entities are making towards national policy making process. In the future, we hope that similar mutually beneficial collaboration would lead to more productive outcomes. In the end, I and my colleagues at JAS are grateful to the Vice Chancellor Air Marshal Javed Ahmed for his continued support and confidence in our new initiatives. Without his encouragement, it may not have been possible to host this event today. We are also grateful to all the administrative staff for providing support for hosting of international conference at Air University. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request the Air Marshal Retired Javed Ahmed to share with us his views on this conference.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished speakers, worthy participants, honorable faculty members, students, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. On behalf of a university and the Department of Aerospace Sciences and Strategic Studies, I welcome you all at this conference, this one-day conference arranged by the department. I also thank Allah Almighty for giving us the opportunity to get together again. Sit even though at alternate seats, but at least we've been able to bring life back to this auditorium, which wasn't used for the last one and a half years. And I pray that the situation remains steady in Pakistan. I'm honored to begin today's proceedings. Let me at the outset acknowledge the efforts of DAS under the able leadership of Dr. Azim Sultan in arranging this event. DAS is a fledgling department. Once Dr. Adil took over, I tasked him to start the BSIR program, and we laid out a direction in which to develop this department and contribute to the national cause. So with this conference, I'm very glad that the direction is right. I think the program has a lot of scope, and I look forward to today's proceedings. The topic, the concept of national security in the 21st century and the emerging challenges is very important. And I think it has significant academic value as well. As the national security paradigm continuously changes, and there's a requirement to study and analyze and come up with strategies and direction and policy direction for the governments. I'm sure the panelists will touch on all domains of national security today, but I will just cover one aspect which probably was not in the planning of our international policymakers, and that is the aspect of the pandemic and what COVID-19 has done to the world system and how it has impacted the national security of the world at large. And the uncertainty prevails even now. So I think this is one big factor. And when we say that the paradigm for national security continues to change, there are factors which we have to keep in mind. I also look at the national security perspective from a very simple domain, and that is back to the basics. Your resources, self-sufficiency, self-reliance, a country's ability to stand on its own feet, quality of HR, and yes, I would also add quality of the education system and the so that is why I think I believe that we should also look at the today's topic, the national security in the 21st century and emerging challenges and the role of the academia. And this is where the role of DAS and Yale University comes in. Now I'll just give you some examples. Traditionally in Pakistan, the domain of national security, national policy, and national strategies has been usually dealt with at the military's level or the academies in the military. But in the last few decades, the academia has played a significant role. And I think the awareness in Pakistan also began in the last few decades, where now the academia is fully involved in formulating policies and also advising the governments on how to deal with the national security elements. What we do at Yale University, I'll just give you a few examples. Once we look at the national challenges and we constantly revise our syllabi to incorporate upcoming challenges, this process continues at the university at all. The studies which we did in the last 3 years pointed to a requirement of artificial intelligence and its studies at the national level. So we introduced the syllabi on artificial intelligence in our computer science department, and the department is doing well. In the last 1.5 years, extensive studies also pointed towards the requirement of cybersecurity and the lack of awareness at the national level. Through our endeavors, the government sponsored the setting up of a National Cybersecurity Center, NCCS, at the academy, at Yale University, which has its headquarters located at Yale University, but 10 other universities are a part of the National Center for Cybersecurity. This center over the past 1 year did extensive studies with all government departments and the academia and realized that Pakistan has a serious awareness problem in terms of cybersecurity. We called the president last week, and the president was kind enough to inaugurate the setting up of the first National Cybersecurity Academy at the Yale University, just behind this auditorium where you are sitting. So this is how the academia continues to analyze upcoming challenges which are linked to your national well-being and ultimately to your national security, and continues to incorporate that in the academic syllabus. In future, we also plan, I'm very encouraged by the response we have with the studies in the department, and because we have upcoming campuses, we intend to take the DSIR as well as strategic studies program to our upcoming campus at Kamra, which is already working. The new campus at Bhutan, we will shift in about a month's time, and a campus which is coming up in Islamabad close to Nast. So there is a lot of scope for including national security studies in our academic program. In the end, I look forward to a very interesting participation of participants in country as well as abroad. I would like to thank our panelists from the first session Ambassador Raj Chaudhary. And sir, I must confess I have not read your memoir till now. So I will do that at the first opportune moment. I know it's a very interesting work. I would also like to thank Dr. Salma Malik and Dr. Rifat for participating with us today. And I look forward to a very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Dr. Adil to please present the Vice Chancellor of the school.
Presenting the shield early news that we want to get.
We will now begin our first panel chaired by Dr. Adil Sultan, entitled The Evolving Concept of National Security in the 21st Century. I would like to request our speakers, Ambassador Azaz Ahmad Chaudhary, Dr. Salma Malik, and Dr. Rifat Hussain to please come on stage.
Just before the session, she requested some pressing commitments but she would be joining online. So we begin our first session. The first speaker we have I just have the honor to use that. We've done a lot of them, a lot of it's an honor. Ambassador Azaz Ahmad Chaudhary has served as a member of the Foreign Service of Pakistan for 7 years, writing for 2 years from December 2018 to 2018. Chaudhary's last diplomatic assignment was as Ambassador of Pakistan to the United States. Also served as Ambassador of Pakistan to the Netherlands, one of his spokesmen, permanent representative of Pakistan to the United Nations. They got the two books in numerous research articles. His first book has Pakistan Mirror to Blood Child on public. The other are memoirs, but of course, discusses the institution of foreign policy and very recently. They're hoping someday to come and talk about foreign policy. After his retirement from the Foreign Service, Ambassador Chaudhary has been Chaudhary holds masters in first class of studies.
Thank you, Dr. Adil Sultan. It's a personal delight to be the panel at the Air University's conference. I must first of all acknowledge the great contribution that Air University is making, and I was particularly struck by what Mr. Javed told me, and then announced from here also about the National Center for Cybersecurity. I personally have struggled when I was in the government to ascertain as to how much importance the government give the election security. And I fully agree with him that the awareness and consciousness was the major issue, because But I think that's behind us now. I think this subject is now being picked up, especially in your previous from that and others too. I do hope that our Ministry of Technology will pick up different strands together and we can work that we is going into that. Now to the subject, national security, the topic that has been given to me is about the concept of it, challenges and opportunities. The traditional definition of national security is very simple. You want to secure your nation against threats. In the traditional sense, that was mostly the threat from elections and so on. But that concept has now changed fundamentally. People have realized that threats can emanate from within the country, within the nation as well. There's also come to light that threats do not need to be kinetic, do the force only. It could be to non-use of force, or to non-kinetic. What we see some of the new trends to national security are worth noting. But before that, I must also add that every country has devised its own national security mechanisms. Either it is National Security Committee, as we have, which is a subcommittee of the cabinet, or it is National Security Council, as in the United States. There is also a post of National Security Advisor in many countries, whose primary job is to assess the threats to national security. So we also have gone through experimentation on dealing with national security, sometimes having a national security council, the other time national security committee. We have had national security advisors in place for periods and not in place for time. But now I think it is, as Adil Sultan has also mentioned, I think there's much better awareness that we need to address the national security in the entire world. And we refer to the Islamabad Security Dialogue. I'll come to that slightly later. First, the challenges or the trends. I think the foremost trend that I see, which is challenging the national security paradigm of nearly every country, is the trend of universalism. In the last few years, particularly during the Trump era, but even before that, we saw major powers using their unilateral whims and decisions to aggress these countries at the expense of collective security mechanism that was created after the World War II in the form of United Nations and United Nations Security Council. And we have also seen that it started with mostly 9/11. Once 9/11 had occurred, right after that, United States chose to invade Afghanistan, along with, although with that time with the blessing of the United Nations. But then 2 years later, it also invaded Iraq without the blessing of the United Nations. And that's was, in my view, in the modern era, the start of unilateralism. Ever since, now every country which is a major power or a rising power or a middle power and as its ruler or its leader asserting itself, I think there is a growing disregard for multilateralism and universal norms for pacific settlement of disputes, for non-use of force. So this, in my view, is a major step. Linked to that is the second challenge, which is preemptive use of force, the doctrines of preemptive use of force. And you can see that the invasion of Iraq actually was the first such instance, and ever since it has been practiced by many countries, including by Russia in Crimea, as you know. So we can see that this preemptive doctrine is very, very dangerous. It has huge risk. I can recall September 2016 when Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that it has conducted a preemptive surgical strike against Pakistan, although there was no strike. But I think the purpose that he wanted to serve was to test whether below the nuclear overhang can India get away with conventional confrontation or aggression against Pakistan. But 3 years down the line, 2.5 years down the line, February 2019, we saw that actually surgical strike was conducted, preemptive one was conducted, although there was no proof of any militant holdout that we wanted to finish. And you know, the two Indian planes were down and one pilot was captured, he was released. Ironically, he has also been awarded in India. But this whole preemption is a very, very risky affair, and it's a huge challenge to national security. The entire Arab Spring syndrome was essentially based on preemptive actions, using external force to make regime changes in these countries has proved to be highly disastrous. The third challenge that I see is that although there is growing talk of human security and geoeconomics, but the expenses and militarization and expenses on armament and militarization has been feverishly pursued by nearly all major powers, be it United States or Russia or China or India or others. And we have also seen that this has kind of spurred arms races, not only at the international level, but also at the national. Another challenge to national security comes from emerging technologies, and we have already talked about that, and others, how they would be utilized, particularly in conflict zones. And then the fifth challenge that I have identified is the major power competition that is setting in. I brought it down the list because as of now, it is not posing a direct threat to national security, but should this morph into a Cold War between the United States and China, I do see a trend of pressures on countries to choose one side or the other. And that will heavily impinge on the national security, because if you're not in one camp, then there will be pressures from the other camp. Another challenge, and here I now turn into the non-traditional security realm. I think climate change is a huge challenge to that, particularly for a country like Pakistan, which is one of the 10 most vulnerable countries. Here I want to also emphasize that within the developing countries, there is also a feeling that climate change, its main stimulus for climate change has occurred from developed societies, whereas the burden, disproportionately heavy burden of mitigation and adaptation has fallen on the developed. And this gap between those who are better positioned to handle the climate change, although they had contributed to causing it, and those who are not in the best position to handle it, has also created pressures for nations. Then there is the challenge of cyber warfare, and you already heard good news that the National Center for Cyber Security is in place, and also an academy, I understand, has also been set up. I think this is underestimated. The other day, when students were tested, I was watching this Snowden movie. You all heard about Edward Snowden, the movie on the Netflix, and it shows how it's affecting the psyche of the people, because everybody is doing that, and that in many ways is disturbing. So even the human security, the personal security, let alone the national security. You also have another challenge, which I would call strategic coercion, including the economic coercion, also being applied to achieve certain objectives, and thus bringing pressures on the national security. And finally, a lawfare, using international legal regimes and laws to achieve secure national interests at the expense of other nations, especially to the national security. Now, when I look at all these challenges, of course, there are opportunities too. Although I don't find that many opportunities as the challenges are on the ascendant at the moment. We do see some calls for retaining the spirit of globalization that was unleashed after the demise of the Soviet Union in 1991. The interdependence, the projects that will be win-win for the world, like BRI of China, which CTEC is also a part. I think there needs to be a greater emphasis that you need to have countries more economically interwoven rather than pursuing relentlessly. This whole concept of collective security that was evolved after the World War II was essentially that if one nation is insecure, the other will also be insecure. Unfortunately, we are moving away from those principles of UN Charter, and I see that the challenges are more than the opportunities. Maybe the other panelists would find more merit in that. On Pakistan, let me just pause here. You rightly mentioned that we are now pursuing the national security paradigm that rests on a tripod of traditional security, human security, economic security, and not particularly in that order. But within that, I think on the traditional security that has been kind to us, I think we are doing reasonably well. We have held off a country which is much larger in population and resources and military might. Successfully, we have also defeated the war on terrorism that was imposed on Pakistan. We are also contributing to international peace and security through peacekeeping. We are also blessed to have our nuclear capability, which is quite capable of deterring aggression from our east, should that ever come. So I think on that sense, my personal sense that we are doing reasonably well. Of course, we should never lower the guard, because there are now other threats like non-state actors and internal subversions, insurgencies that would also need to be dealt by the traditional security mechanism. The economic security, I think the geoeconomics is much talked about. I have seen people taking the error of saying that we are shifting from geopolitics to geoeconomics. I do not subscribe to that theory. I think geoeconomics, uh, alongside geopolitics, will play a part. We just cannot do away with geopolitics. That's the reality, and will stay that way. However, geoeconomics, greater emphasis on geoeconomics can open up many opportunities. Here, I think I see the opportunity to meet the challenges that I enumerated. With my view that geoeconomics in the context of Pakistan essentially everything your geography to maximize economic benefits for the country. We have viewed geography mostly as a challenge for us. That it's a difficult labor in our case and in our. But I believe it's only a matter of changing the lens. We start looking at it as an opportunity, probably it will. And we have started work on that in the sense that there is north-south connectivity in place. But that north-south connectivity is also under huge challenge, especially because of situation in Afghanistan, where from we can access Central Asia only in that country. We also have the challenge of east-west connectivity not being in place, because geoeconomics would require that there should be east-west connectivity as well. But you are well aware of the situation that India is going through under the present regime, where it is embarked on a very aggressive and progressive path of creating a Hindu Rashtra with settlement of minorities and also asserting hegemony in South Asia, which is quite sort of disconcerting for most of the neighbors, including Pakistan. But I don't see West connectivity happening now. But should situation change in the attitude of India, I do see that would be the time when we will have full benefit from geoeconomics. On the human security, unfortunately, we are way behind. I think whether it is in education or in health indicators or human development indicators as a whole, we have a long way to go. And I'm very happy that we have actually started emphasizing it, at least in theory. But in practice, that would mean more budget allocation, more physical optics by the leadership of Pakistan, and many other steps that would need to be taken. We are not there yet, but that's a step in the right direction. I think I'll pause here.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for being clarity on this comment. So before I invite next speaker, please just a reminder for that standard, those who came late, please know that we didn't start this right. But please continue to wear your mask as long as possible. So it's in the rule which that ask people want to have more speak for your safety as well. Wear mask as long as possible. So next speaker is Dr. Malik. Was invisible now, we see there on line. Dr. Malik is a assistant professor at the Department of Health Society. With over 25 years of teaching and research, he specializes in areas of conflict study in Southeast Asia. He is an alumnus of Orca University in Pacific. While and research about besides being a member of IISS family, he is part of the international fora such as the Social Sciences Research Council is strong and Prior to joining Nagaland University, Ms. Dr. Salma worked as a research officer from June 1996 to August. Her publications include an edited volume of problems and challenges he has co-authored study on mapping conflicts and Pakistan site. He has also been on the visiting faculty list of the Intelligence Bureau Directorate for Management. Foreign Service Academy is the defendant lecturer, guest speaker at the National Institute, Kamba, TFA Law College, Karachi, Naval War College, as well as Command and Staff College. Also at the Women University, while our PhD dissertation is focused on small arts, food, content, and demonstration in addition to several fellowships. Dr. Salma, the floor is yours. Dr. Salma, can you hear us?
Gee, thank you, Adil. I can very well hear you. Thank you, everyone. My deepest apologies for not being able to appear in person. But I'm extremely grateful for the last minute arrangement. Thank you, Air Marshal Javed Ahmed Saab, Vice Chancellor, Air University, and Air Commodore Adil Sultan Saab, and I can see several of my wonderful friends in the audience as well. I will just share the screen. I hope there is no glitch in that. Okay, so is it visible?
Yes.
Am I visible?
Yes, Dr. Sabha, yes,
Okay.
we can see your
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What I have been assigned to speak was on strategic culture as a determinant of national security, conception, and formulation. And as Ambassador Izaz has also pointed out several things when we are looking at national security formulation and other things that go with it. Strategic culture, where we tend to talk a lot about it, is generally ignored or generally not talked about in the national security discourse, development, etc. So the scheme of presentation I'm going to follow is somewhat like this. Why do we need to define strategic culture, and why is it so interlocked with national security? Because when we go through the available literature on strategic culture, and there's some very particular by Lentis, by Snyder, by Booth, Bayliss, and Colin S. Gray, and several other neo-realists who have looked at strategic culture from their lens, what we tend to find out is that there is a classic explanation and linkage that exists between culture and national security. Most of the time when we are looking at national security and we are putting these complicated terms through the lens of unit of analysis, or we are looking at it from the level of analysis approach, we generally tend to think that national security is something which is outward looking and has no bearing as such on the culture and internal dynamics of a state, and vice versa. But what we see is that not only does common culture, but many other intra-state activities and factors have a very deep impact when we are looking at defining national security. And they may change over time, because that is one of the biggest debates that we have with regards culture. But that change is not exactly a very, very fast-paced change. It is a change which is sustainable over the time, plus the fact that it has somewhat of a semi-permanent presence to it, which Snyder usually refers to. And when we have this type of a semi-permanent structure to culture and its bearing on national security, so the interlocking of these two particular terminologies in a very, very simplistic fashion would tend to lead us to how strategic culture as such impacts the formation of national security and the discourse development of national security. Secondly, why the need to define strategic culture came up was that when there was an attempt to explain national security, there was a certain bit of lacking in the clarity of the purpose, because there were several factors which were used to explain national security, but for the very fact that the cultural aspect was not being looked upon, so it somewhat lacked a holistic lens applied to it. Then when we go further, I would say that moving from Clausewitz to a middle stage in the 1950s and 60s, Booth, Gray, and various other people, they looked at strategic culture from a fact that every nation has a very distinctive impact on how it influences strategy making in their country. And that is what sets them apart from other countries as such. There can be two neighboring countries with a common vision. There can be two neighboring countries with a very divergent vision. And many factors within the country has a deep impact on this. And however, strategic culture as a terminology was rediscovered in the 1990s. So when we are looking at strategic culture, it is a relatively new concept in international relations theory, developed in the late 1970s to provide a rationale for certain aspects, particularly at that time of Soviet nuclear strategic behavior, that could not be satisfactorily explained by the realist and organizational theories. So Jack Snyder was one of the people who made this first attempt in 1977, and he said that members of a society are socialized into following a set of general beliefs, attitudes, and behavioral patterns, all of these aspects which we usually associate with behavioral sciences or internal aspects of a state or people associated with that state, which bestows a semi-permanence to their outlook on nuclear strategy, more akin to culture than simply a matter of policy. Furthermore, Snyder says that it is a sum total of ideas, conditioned emotional responses, and patterns of habitual behavior that make a national strategic community, that a national security strategic community has acquired through instruction or imitation, and to share with each other matters with regards to nuclear strategy. However, the same can be said about non-nuclear strategic policies just as much. So it is not something which is exclusive to a nuclear ambience only, but to other factors in other countries as well. So Ken Booth, while making this effort, said that strategic culture is derived from history, geography, and political culture, and it represents the aggregation of the attitudes and patterns of behavior of the most influential voices, technically or typically the decision makers or the policy makers of a state. These may be depending on the entity, the political elite, the military establishment, and the public opinion. Daryl Howlett has a somewhat similar way of looking at this aspect, because he's also talking about behaviors, experiences, narratives, relationships, which have a bearing on security objectives. Moving further, Howlett highlighted three specific areas where strategic culture can help in policy formulation. One, of course, is analysis of threat. The other is understanding the cultural context of an ongoing conflict and the mindset of the decision makers of that point. And lastly, and what we can see is that analysis of threat kind of denotes the pre-conflict stage. Then the cultural context depicts the ongoing stage of conflict. And lastly, when we are moving to the post-conflict phase, that is negotiating peaceful relations and resolution of a conflict. However, he cautions against over-reliance on strategic culture and suggests that it should only be utilized for recognizing the trends rather than looking for definitive answers. So there are different takes by different scholars. Within Pakistan, Dr. Hassan Askari Rizvi looks at strategic culture as an important concept to understand the dispositions, responses, and decisions of the security policy makers. It offers a better understanding of how the leaders are likely to react to a security situation, what type of options they're likely to go for. The knowledge of strategic culture helps us to understand the sensitivities of a state and how to meaningfully engage in a dialogue with its leaders or adversaries in a given situation. So when we are looking at, given these definitions, when we try to figure out what are the features of strategic culture, then there are organizational biases, there are hardcore realist compulsions, the domestic political cultural pressures, as well as historical narratives, the strategic milieu that was being referred to by the previous speaker, that influenced the ultimate choice of a particular strategic doctrine of a country. And it can be characterized as a blend of national identity, political culture, and resilience. Peter Levoy has a similar take. He talks about realism, he talks about culture, the role of elite, strategic preferences, comprehension of the space, the international security landscape. And he says that these elites are myth makers who move within the bounds of international environment as well as domestic political culture. And he considers these perceptions and political actions of these quote unquote myth makers as a key variable in determining the strategic policies of a country. So when we look at these features, what we come across are ideological moorings, historical experience of a state, its national identity, geographical attributes, political culture, and structural weaknesses, which all together form the strategic culture of a state. If you're looking at Pakistan's strategic culture, given this former checklist that we have, then we would have several things. The ideological underpinnings that work towards the creation of the state of Pakistan, the baggage of history that continues to date, the geopolitical environment, which has the international environment, the pervasive threat of conventional war with India, political economy of defense, Pakistan's internal state-wise political culture, where we have political contestations and instabilities, a problematic civil-military relation, an obsessive focus on conventional war with India. Plus, there are structural weaknesses that need to be focused upon. When we look at ideological pinnings, there are several factors that we have. We keep on referring to a glorious Muslim legacy without translating that legacy into something glorious for today. There's this binary between the Muslim and the secular, Muslim Pakistan versus secular India. So that has also become a very, very strong ideological underpinning for the country. However, there was also the Jinnah's Pakistan, which many secularists within Pakistan refer to, and I'm not too sure if we should ideally call them secularist or otherwise, but there was a Jinnah's vision that was unfolded in the 11th August 1947 address, which further led to the objectives resolution that kind of changed the entire ambience. And furthermore, where we also have a lot of tokenism and religious symbolism that goes with it. And Afghan Jihad was a factor that's further reinforced these aspects. Here I'm just using this example of one of the premier military institutions of the country, which over the years went through a change in its strategic outlook. The Quetta Command and Staff College would have the wise owl as its emblem, but what we see that over the years, the progression has been moved to by 1979, the wise owl was replaced by the term Ikra, which is read, the first word of preaching for Pakistani, for the Muslims and for our Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So that has been used and that has been referred to as the primary hallmark of this institution. So in the baggage of history, I'm not going to take too much time in that. I'm just going to flash these areas. In case anyone has a question, one can look at this, but this is quite self-explanatory. Furthermore, as I said, in terms of geopolitical environment, where the Cold War dynamics had their unique setting, the post-Cold War dynamics led to this great game of pivotal states, and something that Charles Kennedy referred to, in which Pakistan also holds a very important position in the global chessboard or chess game, where Pakistan has to redefine and would be a pivotal point. However, the question that I ask here is that should Pakistan consider itself as a pivotal state or as a zipper state, where it can bring together or be a bridge builder between various geopolitical as well as geoeconomic frontiers? Then there's just move from geopolitical to the geoeconomics, the 9/11 and after? Is there another Cold War binary being created between Pakistan, between the US and Russia, or US and China? And where does Pakistan position itself? And of course, there are several of the traditional factors that impact the geopolitical environment for the country. When we look at India's geopolitical, political or the strategic culture, in terms of ideological interpinnings, I would say that for India, the primer that they followed yesterday, today, and would be doing tomorrow would be Kautyaya's primer, the Arthashastra, and today's India is very much akin to what Kautyaya's ideology of a state was or strategy was. And this is something which, especially under the Modi government, is being practiced to the fullest. And I would not say that the Indians prior to Modi had forgotten Chanakya Kautilya and the Arthashastra, but now we see it not only being practiced within the military frontiers, but also in the national discourse. And there is this perpetual Mahabharat that India is undergoing at a daily level, at an hourly basis, in which the wise and the not so wise, the right, the virtuous and the not so virtuous are being identified. And here the sacred is permeating the Indian identity, and that is actually being practiced so much to the fullest that India's status is a given, not earned. So any of the people who have migrated over the centuries, especially Muslims and so many others, are no longer part of that secular Indian space that there was once. And there's this very swift move from secularism to Hindutva. In terms of the baggage of history, what the Indians have is colonialism and the hangover of colonialism. And that's actually interesting to see that wherever colonial mindset helps Indians, they use it. However, there is a very, very strong shunning of colonialism. And yet in theory and practice, especially in the political space as well as in the military spheres, the British defense legacy still remains pretty entrenched when it comes to India's looking at its borders and frontiers, especially with China, with Pakistan, and various others. So that colonial hangover, not only in the political as well as the military discourse, remains where it is. Gandhi and Ahimsa movement, the non-violence, is no longer there, yet it is marketed very well worldwide, and that adds to the thing. The Swadeshi movement, going indigenous, building their own capability and all, really helped India develop what it did over the years. However, the partition trauma that India went through, or Pakistan also went through equally, was something that was not really marketed to the internal target audience so much in the previous decades as in the past 1+ decade, where the partition is, or the trauma that was linked with the partition is being used very well to add to that space of Hindutva and the Bharat, and not Hindustan or not India. So the concept of Bharat is coming up very well when it comes to the development of a national policy or a national security discourse for India. So Nehru's Stress with Destiny and the Break of Mother India are all used very effectively in this narrative by the hardliners to earn or shrink that secular nationalist policy space that is no longer there in today's India to see. And there are all of these factors when we look at the geopolitical environment, that being heir to the British legacy, India is still enjoying that central position, and it is exploiting that, and that is reflective in its joining of the Quad, the Indo-Pacific, and so many other aspects that is being used very well. However, I have made also make a point here is that when we look at the secular as well as the not so secular and the hardliner input, in terms of national security policy and the strategic culture, there was much of a traditionalism and conservatism when it came to India's outlook. And that now has become all the more hard-lined and all the more defined. Previously, I would say that it was not very well defined or not very well articulated. But yet, when it came to practicing, India's mindset was very much what we see today. But any secular thoughts, any space for recollection, rethinking, or imagination is strongly shrinking, and India is on a perpetual war path. The Mahabharat, the fight between the right and the wrong, that is being practiced every day, not only with Pakistan, but I think with every Muslim, with every minority, in the streets, on the streets, in the house, at the ideological front, as well as at the cultural front. So these are a few of the points that are that again I would say are self-explanatory. I don't want to dwell too much on that. However, India has used this inherent insecurity and flashed it when it suited India. And the Panchshila also accorded India with that space of understanding and using non-intervention, non-interference, cultural cooperation, bilateralism, and so many other things to its maximum. Courtesy Nehru's stress to destiny, we would also see that the use of nuclear card as the peaceful nuclear explosion or the Buddha has smiled is also very well used, the narrative and the terminologies and the lexicon to make people understand that India is on a path of non-violence and peaceful coexistence, whereas the very fact is that all of these preparations by India have been extremely on the path where they really believed in realism. In conclusion, I would say that the concept of strategic culture is as dangerous as an unmarked minefield on a dark night. One of the difficulties of understanding culture stems from the fact that it is difficult to define and has been the subject of intense debate. The complexity of defining culture arises not from what to include in a definition of culture, but rather what to exclude. Defining culture may be vague, but it is not mysterious, which makes it possible to identify its fundamental characteristics. Notwithstanding the dangers and difficulties surrounding the concept of strategic culture, the need for understanding and making use of this concept is necessary to help us better frame and comprehend national security. The understanding of strategic culture is a requirement we can ignore only at our own peril. And the experiences of recent years has shown the extraordinary risk inherent in making policy without understanding the history and culture of others. Thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma. We are fighting behind, but I'm sorry. So, asking who will be speaking on narrative and Dr. Rifat Hussain has been teacher to many of us who are here, including myself. So it's an honor to with you. I'm just briefly introduced, although he will meet many Dr. Rifat Hussain is professor and head of Department of Government and Public Policy, School of Social Sciences and Humanities at National University of Science. He has been chair of the Department of Defense and Strategy at Qaeda University in Islamabad, and also served as chair of the Department of Peace and Conflict Studies at National Defense University. He served as executive director of the Regional Center for Strategic Studies in Colombo, Uganda. He has also taught at Political Science Department at Stanford University, California, US. Dr. Rifat Hussain is the author of numerous books and publications, including Afghanistan and National Anatomy of a Conflict, that was published in 2002. From dependence to intervention, Soviet-Afghanistan relations during the Desert Era from 1964 to 1982, that was published in 1964. And third is Liberation Tigers of Islamic Islam and PDU, and elusive quest for a homeland, and then Pakistan changing out the Sir, that is my
is but the manner in which the state gave out the number of all they were trying to project their that's of course they not only want to pursue security against internal and external threats, they also want to survive conflict environment. Homeland, well-being, and what are the instruments that the state uses to persuade people that why these things are funding the defense or imagining the alignment, chemistry, while states are pursuing they also narrative from how nation dwells in perspective for no central authority imposes limits the definition of interest that is always based on even though the mental is a single thing by 1931 book that was Orca. John Ellis. Whatever is good for natural motor, their motor, that's not good for the default that in 1906, and Eisenhower talked about the role of MIT. So when we talk about the heritage based on that, make a judgment whether it's not heritage of please be aware of the history of the country and we are also when we have mentioned by Ray Klein, that time you say it that it is very valuable. We talked about the speed, not the actual power, but the speed power. To find this speed power consisting of speed, the physical power, of physics, and second component was economic activity. mitigate or make then he said, in addition to critical mass, there are two other intangibles. Those tangibles in addition that the key part is taking away. Then of course we have the right to the door. We had dentists to preempt any of our essentially the big difference. Second M was just to do then in the fourth power of the mind. So according to him, muscle, money, and mind. And I have expanded the list by including also the role of that is where the role of media has become such a part of both media and using it to do it because we all are and governments are very concerned about what media says about themselves, about their power, and about their strength. That's why media has become narrative. Of course, I have several things to do, but of time to do. And different judges also very important. All the different was the biggest challenge for any government was to create a balance between resources and impact. So, Kennedy talked about the resource, the essentially focused on the respect towards that. That's one reason why so different recommendation was never let the system out to the let me come back to the role of communication strategy, the role of the communication. Because we are trying to create the very big I find it important on self-sufficiency, so these were two thoughts about dignity, best of that.
Excellent, sir. Let's do just some time for question and answer. So, like I said, we setting some new precedents, like for question and answer, and we might have time. So I would urge all the answers and others also want to ask questions, queue up and wait for it. This is primarily to avoid any cutting from students that we say that they are finding opportunities for questions. However, we do have certain minds for some people who are stuck in the middle and they can come people but might otherwise have to come up to ask questions. We can start in the
Hello. Yes, thank you, sir. My name is Shayan Jami. I'm a master's student of strategic studies at your university. So I had a question for Dr. Recitation. You mentioned medicine, and he has another concept of the utility trap that he mentioned as well. So we kind of compare US and China as sort of being with this concept of utility trap. So do you believe the Chinese narrative can sort of overcome the American narrative, or is the American narrative too strong for China?
Thank you so much. Start a question of who has a how do people from here? Question is, usually have it from that is principle boundary actually at the there is a better but the most important thing is that whose narrative is closer to you, whose narrative is closer. For example, let's just use for the past 50 years that we had saved another kept on telling the book. Why that? Kept on telling the word, and they kept on lying against people. It is public. How do we educate? That means question of that, you then it's the reason. You find reason an important thought that this will be probably remind us how does narrative work? Is it just a description of the reality and what Maxwell said? I think it's a description of the Maxwell, how you want it. Giving the same example as the one that you mentioned. This term was first used in an Atlantic study, Atlantic concept study by Thomas in 2016. And then he built on it in 2017. And there was much more of similar debates. Ultimately, he said that by the time 2017 ended, in December 2017, we had the national security strategy of the United States. In it, this was documented for the first time that major power strategic competition between major powers and not competition will be talked about. So you see how the narrative was this narrative was reinforced. So this is my sense that narratives are also used to advance the
Thank you. On this thing, we do have a mic for so just indicate that you need a mic for youngsters and
Thank you very much. My name is Douglas. My question is for the and the first indication is two parts. The first part is how we can define the new Cold War from the perspective of Pakistan. And the second part is Pakistan. And the second part is what benefits we can identify for Pakistan. Okay.
Since we have limited time, what I'll do is get 2-3 questions at one time and then request panelists. Yes, gentlemen over here, please introduce yourself and read questions.
My name is Abdullah Mizday. I am from Afghanistan. I work with Ladies and gentlemen, I have questions. Two independent states, neighboring Muslim states, in conflict more than 5 decades. What should be a clear strategy of Pakistan toward Afghanistan after post-American withdrawal to end the blending and to have a coherent of trend deviation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else from the side?
Sir, my name is Mohan. It's a great honor to speak at a lot of important topics again. My question is that he has very well explained the dynamics of the strategic, the changing dynamics of securitization. During the Cold War, it was the peace was defined as the absence of war. But now, since we are in 21st century and facing more challenges, specifically South Asia, we are facing migration issues, global warming, and climate change. I want to ask, sir, that where do we lag as a Pakistani to overcome those challenges?
You can go ahead and then.
Sir, my name is Yasser Khan Kakat. I am student of IR first semester. My question is very important. nowadays, as you know, subject of concern, see as there are system, how do you think that this is that the picture of start and training? And my question is also this, this situation of Afghanistan, what is the impact of this situation between China and between Pakistan?
Thank you. I'm requested by Prime Minister to respond.
Let me respond to this. Simple answer to your question. It is the policy of non but the behavior assistance related work is what is here is glad and part of that is how by the way was the policy was without your gentleman asked question about the new Cold War. What benefits competition. We are not yet. Sometimes I tend to them and trust. I think there are particularly like late by the United States intensity. So we are still not in the moment. The world would be that much less safe. I think the countries like Pakistan and other middle parts would be called upon to do such. That would be a difficult time for us. We hope that that does not happen. To our good luck, we see that the Chinese are not keen. If you have followed the telephonic conversation, the virtual meeting between President Xi and President Joe Biden, you could see that when he talked, when Biden talked of coexistence, President Xi added the word peaceful coexistence. So when he talked about, Biden talked about cooperation, bilateral cooperation, he said that win-win cooperation, not win-win or not win. So we can see clearly that China is trying to slow down the Cold War, which in a way works well for us. Pakistan does not want to be in the vortex of the Cold War, in the vortex of the superpower confrontation like the Chinese were 40 years ago. I think it would be very, very risky and dangerous time for us. Therefore, I think our policymakers have done us a favor by taking a position that while we value our relationship with with China, because China has been steadfast in Pakistan, we also want to maintain this relationship. We are quite aware of the ability of the United States to hurt Pakistan together. Therefore, I think it makes sense for us to maintain a subtle balance, not an equity, but a subtle balance in these two relationships. And I think we can benefit from that. Our advantage will be maximized if we can encourage the United States, Europe, and other countries to make investments in Pakistan. We have to build stakes of all countries, not just Chinese stakes, but all countries. All major powers must have their stakes in Pakistan, and that will ensure the stability for Pakistan and also economic benefit. The second question, the other question was, what do we lack as a Pakistani? That's a very difficult question, but I would refer to the strategic purpose that you mentioned. I think the foremost requirement for any nation must be to have a strategic purpose. I know that, and I've discussed it in my book, the strategic purpose that Quaid-e-Azam, the founder of Pakistan, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, had enunciated for us, not only in foreign policy, but also in domestic governance. We need to sit down really and introspect how much have we deviated from that strategic purpose, which was enunciated by the Quaid. The second, I think, area where we need to focus almost immediately is human development. I think we are lacking in that. Our indices in every domain are reasonably low, and I think we need to look hyper at that.
Thank you very much. I'll request Dr. Sharma also to speak a bit more about this question by Yasser. The impact of one-term on comment on some of the
Dr. Adil, I can't hear your voice.
Dr. Abba, can you hear me now?
Gee, I can hear you now.
Okay. There was a question by Mr. Yasser.
Hello, can you hear me?
The impact of advanced.
Hello?
That was one question, and the second was about noise.
I'm here.
Talked about changing dynamics of securitization. Where do we lag? These two aspects, people you can speak. Sorry for this disturbance because we are late and our foreign speakers they're already online. Sorry, they are taking up with the mics. Apologies. Dr. Sabah, if you can hear, can you quickly say something about this? No.
Just give me 2 minutes. Just give me 30 seconds. Was there a question about Afghanistan with relations to strategic culture?
Instability in Afghanistan, impact on strategic culture of Pakistan.
Yes, the point I made in connection with the jihad earlier in the 1980s, which had a change in the cultural ambience of the country, in a sense that there was a lot of alluding to the tokenism that went when we were helping the Afghan Mujahideen, the warriors, the refugees that came here. So there was a very different lexicon or discourse that developed around that time. And there is a visible, if in my analysis, if anyone is putting some thresholds to Pakistan's strategic culture evolving through the decades, I would say that Afghanistan was a defining moment when suddenly we had a change, and a very visible and in the face change in how our security was being transformed, and as well as the discourse was being developed and did develop after that. Plus the fact that also never before had the Western Front been a hot zone, and through the 1980s and much of the 1990s, it was not a hot zone. But then, because of what had happened in Afghanistan after 9/11, it did kind of become a hot zone of its own nature, and that has really transformed the entire strategic outlook of the country as well as the strategic culture. And the national policy formulation then had to factor in all of these things, and there were a lot of adjustments that were made at the tactical and the strategic level within the command forces as a result of these developments that had taken place over the decades. I hope I have made the right answer to the question as much as I understood.
Hopefully not.
Right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
One question is from both sides, because we are over time. The gentleman sitting there. Again, the students will line up here only. So the guest of
Thank you, sir. Thank you. This is Abdullah Khan, senior researcher from Center for Aerospace and Security Studies, Islamabad. So my question is from Ambassador Azad. Sir, as one of the top diplomats of the country, we saw you steering country from very tough times. However, what my thinking is that foreign policy is derived from national security policy. How did you seek guidance in an absence of an overarching national security policy and in running the foreign policy? Thank you.
Thank you. So one last question. Rest of the people standing there, your apologies. You can sit down because Ambassador Saab has to leave, and we are overshooting the time. So just ask a question, and you can ask this question after the second session because the foreign speakers are already online. You don't want to keep them waiting.
My name is Yolanda Vikarta, and I'm currently in the So my question is for the ambassador. As we're now witnessing the emerging non-traditional security threats to Pakistan, which are threatening human security, how can we transform the sustainable development goals within the national security paradigm to combat climate change effectively within a short time? Thank you.
And I'll quickly try to give answers to both questions. Abdullah Khan, this was a difficult challenge because we don't have a national security policy. All through the time that I was there and my sense is that national security policy was being filed. But we were lucky and fortunate that we have the National Security Committee, which is a committee of the cabinet. So you would get guidance from them. It's not that we were without any guidance. My own personal preference has always been for a national security council, not committee, not committee. I believe that Pakistan needs a national security council where civil and military leadership to deliberate on every national issue, not only foreign policy, not only security policy, but also all the non-traditional threats that we are talking about. So that's my hope that one day we will have our political leaders will buy into that. We asked about the SDGs. What is it that we can do? I think there have been a number of papers written on this. I'm not an expert really on how do we achieve SDGs beyond the point that I do share the concern that we are not doing enough. I also do recognize that this year at least in the form of security dialogue, a much greater emphasis was laid on human security and to create a part of the national. I think this is a good beginning, but we have to go a long way.
Thank you. May I please request Vice Chancellor, Mayor Marshal Javed Ahmed, to please come on stage and present our speakers with you. Ambassador Azaz Attorney. Dr. Rifat Hussain. Dr. Salman. Dr. Salman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This concludes our first session. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Sajid Rashid and from the SIR first semester. Let us now begin our second panel entitled The Impact of Geopolitics on National Security. This session will be moderated by Ms. Aiza Azam. I would request her to please join us on stage. Ms. Aiza Azam is a faculty member at the Department of International Relations here at FASS. Prior to joining a university, she has served in senior positions at a number of academic institutions in Islamabad. In 2018, she undertook a fellowship at the European University Institute in Florence, where she presented her research on developing state narratives with a particular focus on the Balochistan issue. From 2017 to 2019, she served as a vice president at the Center of Strategic and Contemporary Research in Islamabad. From 2011 to 2016, she served as Director Projects and Communication at Pakistan China Institute in Islamabad. She has also served as a visiting faculty member at the National Defense University. Ms. Azam holds a bachelor's in foreign languages, Chinese and Spanish from National University of Modern Languages, and master's and MPhil in international relations from National Defense University, Islamabad. I would now request our panelists for this session to join us on stage. Ambassador Dalila Balsanani and Dr. Joachim Hitler. We will be joined online by Dr. Andrei Kortunov from Moscow and Wayne Bowen from London.
I hope I'm audible. Thank you, everybody, and welcome. With apologies to Dr. Kortunov and Dr. Bowen. We have a short and little bit. Thank you for your patience in doing this online. In the interest of time, I'll keep my initial remarks very brief, just for a couple of minutes, and then I'll begin by introducing our first panel. The theme for this session is the impact of geopolitics on national security. As Ambassador Azam Chaudhry pointed out in his talk earlier, that while geoeconomics may be the ideal channel moving forward, it is not entirely possible to completely divorce geopolitics from the reality of the international system that we are adopting. The current state of affairs in the broader Asian region is shaping geopolitics as it always has throughout history and significant future. Perhaps at this time in history, we are seeing that now more than ever geopolitics is into a faster. The current state of dynamics between China and the United States, we believe, is what lies at the core of this. And this includes the tangled web of regional alliances that they each make. The engagement between these regional and extra-regional actors determines the stakes of global political, economic, and military security. And this serves as the driver for not just international cooperation, but also for international conflict. While we have platforms such as Orca and the Pact, which are a manifestation of particular Asian band of politics, the regional history of conflict and of perceptions as well is a major determinant in the direction. So these are the themes that this panel will address. I'll begin by introducing our first speaker, Dr. Andrei Kortunov, who will speak on a Russian perspective on Asian geopolitics and the future of regional security. Dr. Kortunov is the Director General of the Russian International Affairs Council in Moscow. He graduated from the Moscow State Institute of International Relations in 1979 and completed his postgraduate studies at the Institute of US and Canada Studies at the USSR Academy of Sciences in 1980. He holds a PhD in history and completed internships at the Soviet embassies in London and Washington, the permanent delegation to the USSR. From 1982 to 1995, Dr. Kortunov did various positions in the Institute for US and Canada Studies, including Deputy Director. He taught at universities around the world, including the University of California, Berkeley. He also led several public organizations involved in higher education, social sciences, and social studies. Since 2011, Dr. Kortunov has been the Director General of the RREC. He is a member of the Expert and Supervisory Committees and the Board of Trustees of several Russian and international organizations. His academic interests include contemporary international relations and Russian foreign policy. Dr. Kortunov, who I can invite to please begin your talk. And just a very soft reminder for all my panelists that I'm privileged to share the stage with. We are requesting speakers to please limit their talks to other presentations. Dr. Kortunov, please go ahead.
Hello. It is definitely my pleasure and my honor to be a part of this very important and very timely discussion. I think that the events in Afghanistan in particular emphasize the importance of a frank and open discussion on strategic stability and security in Asia. And let me use my 15 minutes in order to give my assessment of major security assets and liabilities that Russia has in the Asian, or rather in the Eurasian context. Of course, these days everybody is pivoting to Asia, and Russia is not an exception. We see a gradual shift in Russian strategic priorities away from Europe, more to Eurasian and to the Asian continent. However, Russia comes to Asia with a mixed bag. Let me just use my time in order to outline some of the assets and some of the liabilities that Russia has and might bring to the Asian context. First of all, Russia has been able to maintain strategic nuclear parity with the United States. 30 years ago, there were doubts about that, and some thought that Moscow would probably move to the second nuclear league to the level of the United Kingdom, France, and China. However, it has not happened, and Russia preserved its position as the second nuclear superpower. It is important because it maintains that Russia is in a position to set, together with the United States, to set the rules of engagement for third nuclear countries and to set the standards of the overall strategic culture in the world. Definitely, the nuclear arms race is moving away from Europe to Asia. We see potential challenges of the nuclear BMD systems deployed in places like South Korea and Japan. And though these measures are justified by the perceived challenge coming from North Korea, definitely it might be a part of a larger equation of the multilateral strategic balance in the North Pacific. We also see potential arms race in intermediate nuclear missiles in Asia. These missiles constitute the core of the Chinese ballistic capacity, and it is likely that the United States is going to deploy such systems either in its military bases in the Pacific, or it would put emphasis on sea-launched ballistic missiles of medium and intermediate range. So that definitely changes the basic fundamentals of the US-Russian arms control, and hopefully Russia and the United States will find ways to reconcile divergent approaches to the future of strategic arms control. Right now, the United States insists on including into the arms control agenda all nuclear weapons, strategic and non-strategic, while the Russian position is that we should focus on all strategic systems, both nuclear and non-nuclear. Of course, these are very different perspectives and very different priorities. It would be difficult to reconcile them. However, I think that it can be done if the two sides really try very hard. The second important dimension of the Russian security posture in Asia is based on the fact that Russia was able to maintain its power projection capabilities. And this ability to conduct operations far away from national borders was demonstrated back in 2015, when Russia started its military operation in Syria. Definitely that implies that Russia is in a position to have significant power projection capacity in other parts of Asia as well. We saw military exercises of Russia together with its partners and allies in Central Asia. We've seen naval exercises in the Indian Ocean and in the Pacific. Definitely, this power projection capacity is not a common feature in the contemporary international system. There are only few countries that have similar capacity, and that makes Russia an important player in the emerging Asian security system. Third, Russia was able to maintain a special status in the global hierarchy. Of course, the first dimension of this status is the Russian permanent membership in the United Nations Security Council, which allows Moscow to veto decisions that it finds inappropriate or not meeting its expectations. Russia is using its veto powers more often than many other permanent members of the Security Council, and definitely that might create problems in the Council in terms of its efficiency. Still, it's a powerful instrument that should be kept in mind when we're talking about the Russian engagement in Asia. On top of that, Russia is a member of G20. It entered APEC. It became one of the founding fathers of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, as well as the BRICS platform. This diversity of institutional frameworks allows Moscow to play a role in many multilateral settings to promote its interests and to set agendas for various multilateral organizations in Asia and in the Pacific. I should also add that over the last 30 years, Moscow has been capable of building an entirely new model of relations with China, which included continuous demilitarization of the common border, the resolution of remaining territorial disputes between Moscow and Beijing, and very active political, economic, military, technical, and humanitarian cooperation. Moscow claims that it is not a junior partner to Beijing, and its connections to China do not prevent Moscow from building bilateral relations with Chinese opponents and adversaries in Asia. Of course, these special relations with China means that Russia has most favored regime in accessing one of the most dynamic sectors of the global economy and the global technological markets. Finally, when we're talking about Russia and Asia, we should keep in mind that Russia has a significant place in some important global markets that serve Asian nations. For instance, Russia has serious positions in the hydrocarbon markets in the framework of the so-called OPEC plus arrangement. It has a serious impact on the global markets of nuclear energy, the global arms trade, the global food markets, and so on. Large Russian corporations have acquired international status and have entered the top echelon of the global business in their respective sectors. That allows Russia to participate in setting the rules of the game in some of the most important global markets where it has strong positions. So these are the assets. Now let me use the remaining 6 minutes to talk a little bit about liabilities. And I think that, first of all, Russia has not managed to set friendly relations with a number of its neighbors. Of course, it has conflicts primarily in Europe, not in Asia, but these conflicts also affect its ability to play an active role in Asia. Russia has very difficult relations with Baltic states, with Ukraine, with Georgia and partially with Moldova. Moreover, on the territory of the former Soviet Union, we see a whole group of unrecognized or partially recognized states or quasi-states like Transnistria, Donbass, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and so on. Moscow is forced to support these states, and they clearly complicate their relations, Russia's relations with its neighbors even further. So these conflicts, of course, set certain limits on what Russia can and is ready to do, both in the global context, but also in dealing with its partners in Asia. The second problem is this ongoing confrontation with the West. After a relatively brief honeymoon, the relationship between Russia and its Western partners started to deteriorate. What we now see is a de facto paralysis of the Russian interaction with the NATO alliance. We see that most of cooperation projects that Russia had with the European Union are put on a back burner. Russia has become an object of multiple Western sanctions. We see fierce information wars and also diplomatic wars between Russia and its Western neighbors. Definitely, this relationship between Russia and the West set certain limitations on what Russia can do in Europe and in the Atlantic space, which means that Russia becomes more dependable on its partnership with Asian nations. Third, though Russia has managed to keep strong positions in some important global markets, its overall share in the global trade remains quite limited. Russia remains mostly excluded from very important global production and technological chains. The structure of the Russian export looks quite archaic. Moscow has not become a major international financial center. Russia is not leading in attracting international investment. On the contrary, if you look at the dynamics, Russia is a net exporter of capital rather than importer of capital. And of course, once the global economy is getting to a different level and moves to a different technological stage, the challenge for Russia becomes even more serious. On top of that, speaking of Asia in particular, I think that Russia has a challenge of balancing its relations with Asia and with China and other Asian countries. Asia is clearly bigger than China, and Russia has a problem in trying to diversify its economic and political relations with its Asian neighbors. One can mention the failure to resolve the territorial dispute with Japan, and Russia doesn't have a peace treaty with Japan. I think that we've lost an opportunity which existed under Prime Minister Abe, and this opportunity is not likely to get back anytime soon. Definitely, there is a problem how to balance relations with China and relations with India. I think it will be difficult. President Putin is going to New Delhi in a couple of days from now, but if you look at the statistics, you'll find out that in all dimensions, China is way ahead of India in terms of Russia's priorities, which of course should be a matter of concern to politicians in Moscow. And finally, I think that one of the challenges that Russia has in Asia is that it has not been very successful in utilizing its soft power. Russia does have soft power potential. However, if we look at relations between Moscow and the Asian capitals, these relations are primarily based on personal diplomacy, on a top-down approach. It's more about large-scale state-supported economic and military deals. The social interaction between Russia and Asia is limited. I think that for most of Asian nations, Russia still remains an alien country, a European country which has significant interests in Asia, but does not belong to Asia. This is a problem, and definitely that should set the agenda for future Russian work in Asia. Let me finish here and just let me conclude with saying that the recent developments in Asia, and especially the changes in Afghanistan, emphasized the importance of Asia for Russia, because definitely Russia is one of the countries which might be directly affected by an implosion of Afghanistan, because the Central Asian region, which neighbors Afghanistan, can be regarded as a soft belly of Russia, and definitely we might see the risks of a spillover effect, which will have direct impact on the domestic situation in Russia proper. Therefore, Asia remains critically important for Moscow, and I hope that we will see more attention in the Kremlin to problems on our southern and eastern borders. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cordner. Now we'll begin with our next speaker. With our apologies, can you hear me? And I hope the online speakers can hear me as well. With our apologies for the technical glitches, let me now introduce our second speaker. Ambassador Jalil Abbas Jilani is the Director of International Relations and Foreign Policies at the Center for Aerospace and Security Studies. He has 38 years of bilateral and multilateral experience as a career diplomat and has served as Pakistan's ambassador to the United States, Belgium, Luxembourg, and the EU and Australia. Ambassador Jilani has also served as the Foreign Secretary of Pakistan, the top civil service official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Specialist in South Asian affairs, Ambassador Jilani has worked as the Director General for South Asia and SAARC, the Deputy Acting High Commissioner for India, and the Director of India in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In 2018, the government of Pakistan nominated Ambassador Jilani as a member of the Experts and Eminent Persons Group of the ASEAN Regional Forum, and later in 2019 as a member of the Prime Minister's Advisory Council on Foreign Affairs. Most recently, Ambassador Jilani has served as a senior fellow at both the International Institute for Strategic Studies and the United States Institute of Peace. Ambassador Jilani today will be talking about security and conflict in Asia Pacific, the role of the US-India relationship.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure and honor to be speaking to such a wonderful audience, sharing this panel with some of the most distinguished panelists from Pakistan as well as from abroad. As they say, we are certainly living in interesting times. Interesting times in the sense that unprecedented developments are faced in our region and beyond. These unprecedented challenges in development are taking place, geopolitical, strategic developments. They pose enormous challenges and opportunities for Pakistan. The kind of developments which are taking place in our region as well as in the international level, that would require taking stock of the situation adjust our national security priorities accordingly. From my point of view, the geopolitical environment that prevails at the moment is marked by the following important developments. One is the perpetual hostility of India. Since 1947, we have faced aggression from a larger system. It is manifested in many forms. The non-implementation of the UN Security Council of Jammu and Kashmir is certainly one of the important factors. Then the other factors also include the involvement of India in the dismemberment of Pakistan in 1991, for which it started to make collaboration for a very long time. The illegal occupation of Siachen Glacier in 1983, the non-resolution of other bilateral disputes, water issues, whereby India has been violating the Indus Waters Treaty with great impunity. Secondly, relationship with the United States of America, that has been transformed from an alliance relationship to one of friction. We were part of the US integration, whereas India was part of the Soviet influence. And we remain part of almost every initiative that the United States of America world of we were part of CISO, we were part of Central, and I think we shared many common objectives in the initial years, but now the situation since the mid-90s has changed to the detriment of Pakistan's national. Thirdly, Indo-US partnership and their convergences against China, the US-China rivalry, and American Indo-Pacific strategy to also pose challenges. We see the formation of alliances, quadrilateral security dialogue, the Eastern quadrilateral security dialogue involving India, Australia, Japan, and the United States of America. AUKUS, this alliance between Australia, UK, and the United States, and the emergence of the new Middle East alliance, which is the Middle East, we refer to as the Middle East Quad, involving India, the United States of America, UAE, and Israel. These are some of the developments which also generate some kind of insecurity in our institutions. And then we see the deepening of commitments to multilateralism. The UN, the United Nations, the very purpose of which it was created to provide a multilateral forum to address issues that have also been undermined to a large extent in the last several years. There are trade wars, and we see a retreat in globalization. There are also tech wars, high-tech wars, which are in the sense which will have disastrous consequences. There is also renewal of regional conflicts and rise of hyper-nationalism, authoritarian leaders, not only in our region, in the United States of America, in
in many parts of the world. While all these developments that I have mentioned, geopolitical developments, they have impact on Pakistan's national security. In today's discussion, I'll confine myself to two very, very important developments, which is the US-China rivalry, US-India partnership, and the Indo-Pacific strategy and its impact on the national security of Pakistan. US-India partnership since the mid-90s, whereby India has been co-opted by the United States of America against China, is something which is also creating a lot of challenges for us. India has also been named as the pivot of the Indo-Pacific strategy. It has been accorded a special status, which is in accordance with the status that has been given other European allies. India has exploited this US-China partnership. It has received enormous benefits in the shape of military cooperation, shape of mainstreaming as a nuclear power. The United States has, as America, has been actively lobbying for India's membership of the nuclear party by denying it to Pakistan. There is joint US-India pressure, economic pressure on Pakistan, financial action, task force, as well as China, Pakistan. Both remain opposed to the Belt and Road Initiative, also to China, Pakistan. And then we see the hardening of India's position on most India-Pakistan disputes. India was committed to implement the UN Security Council resolutions on Jammu and Kashmir, but it has been met. There was an agreement signed between state Benazir Bhutto and state Indian Prime Minister on the resolve Siachen to create the line which was formalized by the Defense Secretary. And now India does not expect the agreement that had been signed between the two former prime ministers. Then there are water wars. As I mentioned earlier, that there was a time when India was amenable to resolving the water issue between the two countries on a bilateral basis. When Pakistan would raise objections to the construction of some of the dams which were being constructed by India, India would modify the design in accordance with the unit or would stop construction of work on roads. But since the establishment of US-India partnership, India does not feel any pressure to respect the region of India. There are several examples on Jammu and Kashmir. Again, India on 5th August 2019 took an extremely immoral, illegal by revoking Article 70 of the and this revocation of Article 70 and 35A of is also a violation of India's commitments to the national unity, as well as bilateral commitments that India made during the Simla Agreement. With this 2019 election, relationship between India and Pakistan
downgraded our relationship. There is no trade taking place. There is absolutely no movement of people from across the US-China rivalry. US-China rivalry is again something posing a lot of challenge the entire issue. Most of the countries like Pakistan would be worried that, and they would be hoping that this rivalry does not reach a point whereby we are confronted with the choice of either with us or with them. This is something that would be a major worry. And then maintaining a balance between the two power centers would also pose an enormous challenge. We would like to sustain our economic and strategic relationship with China, but at the same time, we would like to retain the American goodwill. And I think probably this is for the mutual benefit of the two countries to retain each other's goodwill. Then this rivalry is something which poses a lot of challenges because with this strategy, the Indo-Pacific strategy and the US-China rivalry, we see the emergence of a large number of lobbies within the United States of America. Anti-China lobby, pro-India lobby. And all these lobbies are the ones who are also opposed to Pakistan-China. One more unfortunate aspect of this that the US-India propaganda against China-Pakistan economic corridor has also given birth to a number of lobbies within Pakistan who are opposed to China-Pakistan. And then the uncertainty that it has caused that also adds to Pakistan's economic growth. Placement of Pakistan in forced realist or IMF conditionality have certainly added to Pakistan. In the case of these important developments, what should be Pakistan's national security? I think, from my point of view, in the context of India, our priority would be to establish a good neighborly relationship. Again, good neighborly relationship which is contingent on a number of factors. And those factors include, number one, adherence to India's international commitments in respect of genuine issues. A strategy of non-aggression, staying by the rules, and lastly, resolution of all disputes in a peaceful environment. This would certainly require the reversal of the action that India has taken on 5th August 2015 in respect of Kashmir. In case India reverses that action that is taken on 5th August 2015, India and Pakistan certainly go back to the peace process that Pakistan and India had followed from 2003 to 2008, which unfortunately was disrupted or number of in our region.
there was certainly a lot of dividends to that process. When we were pursuing that process, our trade volume had increased from $250 million to $2 billion. People to people context that we were close to the resolution of Siachen dispute in accordance with the agreement that had been reached in 1989 between two prime ministers, whereby the forces of the two countries would be redeployed to the positions that they held at the time of signing of similar agreement. We were also talking about the resolution of the German dispute in accordance with the wishes of the people of China. And we came close to the resolution of it. There were many other good developments in place. So that is something that can be done, but then provisos and adjustments. With regard to India, with regard to China, I would mention that we need to maintain the same trajectory that we have followed since the establishment of relationship between China and Pakistan. Our relationship with China, which in the past remained confined to security and strategic issues, have now been transformed to the building of close economic cooperation between the two countries, as well as cooperation on regional connectivity projects. It has become a broad-based relationship that I think we need to maintain. Any kind of any thoughts from any quarters that Pakistan will opt out of China-Pakistan or distance itself from China is certainly far-fetched, and it is something that is not. With Afghanistan, I think it is extremely important for Pakistan to contribute to peace and stability in Afghanistan. Pakistan needs to develop a regional consensus in support of Afghanistan. Pakistan needs to develop a work of international consensus. I was recently in a conference in Bahrain, which was attended by prominent leaders from Afghanistan and also the representatives of Taliban. And the consensus that emerged from that meeting was that now that Taliban are a reality in Afghanistan, we have absolutely no option but to support the current dispensation of Afghanistan for the sake of welfare of the people of Afghanistan. People of Afghanistan have seen a lot of bloodshed in the last more than 40 years, and they need to live in peace. Peace within and peace without. This is something which I think Pakistan certainly tries to contribute to that. With the United States of America, again, I think it is extremely important. This has been one of the most important relationships that we have had for a number of years. This continues to be an important relationship for Pakistan. Pakistan's priority would be to build a strong relationship, to retain American goodwill for a variety of reasons. And at the same time, as I mentioned earlier, it is equally important for the United States to retain Pakistan's goodwill. We may not have strategic convergences, but at the same time, our mutually beneficial relationship is something which is important for the preservation and promotion of our. Thank you.
Walking back and forth is a little awkward, but please bear with us because we want to make sure our speakers online can hear us. So now I'd like to introduce Dr. Wayne Bowen for his talk. Dr. Bowen is head of the School of Security Studies at King's College London. From April 2014 to August 2016, he was head of the department and the Dean of Academic Studies of the Defense Studies Department, based at the Joint Services Command and Staff College of the UK Defense Academy. Prior to April 2014, he was the director of the Center for Science and Security Studies in 2007 to 2008. Dr. Bowen has been a senior research associate in the Center for Non-Proliferation Studies, the Middlebury Institute of International Studies, and the Center Associate of the Matthew B. Ridgway Center for International Security Studies at the University of Bristol. Dr. Bowen is an AWE William Penny Fellow and a member of the International Partnership on Nuclear Disarmament and Verification. He served as a weapons inspector on several missile teams in Iraq with the UN Special Commission in 1997 and 1998, and has also worked for several years as a consultant to the International Atomic Energy Agency. Dr. Bowen has been a specialist advisor to the House of Commons Foreign Affairs Committee from inquiries into the decision to go to war with Iraq in 2003 and weapons of mass destruction in 2000. And he served on the Royal Society's Advisory Committee on the scientific aspects of international security and its working group on nuclear non-proliferation. He has also been a trustee of the Verification, Research, Training and Information Center and a member of the advisory board of the Royal United Services Institute. He's also the founding board editor of the Journal of Defense Studies published by the Francis. Dr. Bowen, just before you begin, I would quickly like to apologize and remind the panelists we could kindly limit our talks to 15 minutes. If you'd like to go a little less, we might be able to get this done a little quicker as well. Thank you. Dr. Bowen, please go ahead.
Okay, many thanks for that kind introduction. I'm having some problems hearing the audio, so I'll keep on talking and someone flag up to me if you can't hear me. So it's fantastic to be part of this great conference today with the Air University. Many thanks to Adil Sultan for the invitation, my colleague and friend. Spent some time at King's College together. And so what I'm going to try to do in my part of this panel is to focus in on Western views, really UK-US views on how geopolitics and related issues have changed in recent years and that are changing, and how this is influencing their approaches to national security. So I'll start by trying to highlight key factors that appear to be shaping UK-US views and approaches to the evolving environment. And then I'll highlight some of the key aspects of their evolving approach and link that to Asia-Pacific as best I can. So these are my own views as an observer, but I will try to draw on some recent UK and US official statements, policy documents, and emerging concepts like the American concept of integrated deterrence. So if I start by looking at some key factors that are sort of influencing the UK-US view, not saying the views are exactly the same as each other, but they're broadly compatible. And there are probably more than five, but I'll just highlight five. So the first issue to highlight, I think, or the first factor to highlight, is a perception of the change in distribution of global power. The shift, for example, in the direction of the Asia-Pacific, economically, technologically, and politically, for example. And if you look at the integrated review that the UK government released earlier this year of foreign defence and security policy and development policy, that very much focuses on the changing nature and distribution of power and how this is important and that must be responded to. So this is about geopolitical shifts, geoeconomic shifts, the growth in systemic competition that's perceived by different actors around the world and need to respond to that, whether it's China or Russia, for example, or Iran. Rapid technological change and transnational challenges as well. So that's the first factor I think we need to get our heads around. The second sort of underlying factor in terms of, I think, how Western views are changing relates to, what's often referred to as the return of major power rivalry in the world. Thomas Wright wrote back in 2018, he talked about a clash of socio-political models, where he talked about the Western liberal model on one hand and the neo-authoritarian world on the other hand. and that this is a sort of a key underlying factor to this return of major power rivalry. The Western approach, or the US sort of general British approach, tend to depict China and Russia as revisionist powers. China is perceived to be a rising power that's challenging US supremacy. Russia is also seen to be a revisionist power that's seeking to undermine and challenge the US-led order. And if you look at the US national security strategy in 2017, you look at the national defense strategy in 2018 and the Trump period, China and Russia are seen as wanting to shape a world consistent with their authoritarian model. And that's the quote from one of those documents. A key part of this is a conception of multifaceted strategic competition. And I take that phrase from Michel Flournoy, who was writing prior to the US presidential election last year, who was writing on US-China relations, that this is seen to be a really significant area that the United States, but also in the UK, need to play catch up in terms of being able to compete strategically with China in particular, across multiple domains, whether it's economic, technological, political, military, and ideological too. The British Integrated Review, sort of referenced already earlier this year, talked about competition across multiple spheres and that the UK and its allies needed to respond to that as well. And then the final part of this sort of second factor of major power rivalry is a perception in the West that China and Russia are undermining aspects of the existing rules-based international system. We hear that phrase used a lot in London and Washington in pursuit of their political and strategic interests. So that's the second factor I think we need to, highlight when we're trying to understand changing Western perceptions, particularly US-UK. A third factor I think I'd highlight, and I've called this sort of interconnections and vulnerabilities, is this growing understanding over the last few years of the vulnerabilities that exist in an interconnected world and how these can be exploited by challengers, whether it's political interference in election campaigns, whether it's economic and coercion, whether it's cyber attacks or what have you. Energy dependencies, I think, are seen to be a key issue. You just look at the debates in Europe around, gas supply lines, for example, just to highlight that. Concerns about vulnerabilities in critical national infrastructure. Emerging and disruptive technologies is another key aspect of this. And I think there's a panel, obviously, following this one that will look at that. And the complications that I think new technologies and these different types of vulnerabilities bring, and how these can be exploited by challengers. I think underlining a lot of this too is, what I refer to in my phrase is the democratization of technology. Technology is a double-edged sword, that it can be an enabler, but it also can create vulnerabilities. And one of the key things I think that will influence, or is influencing, and will influence sort of Western approaches in the future, for example, is the spread of precision strike capability to more centers of control. And that brings challenges, obviously, to the likes of the United States and the UK. A fourth factor that I think is definitely worth highlighting in this context too relates to weapons of mass destruction. There are clearly significant concerns around expanding and diversifying nuclear arsenals. China in particular, as we've seen in recent months, has been in the headlines for its silo development and other issues too, though. So there's a big concern about that. It's not just about China too; it's about continuing nuclearization in DPRK. There are some concerns about Russia too, and this has prompted, in the UK, for example, some changes to the UK nuclear deterrent, which we can perhaps unpack in the discussion. The British Integrated Review in 2021 talked about a concern over new warfighting nuclear systems being integrated into doctrines around in different parts of the world too, and how this is increasing concerns over the potential for this being used for coercive purposes and trying to constrain decision making in times of crisis. And I think part of this too, the nuclear is clearly the most important aspect of WMD, but again, concerns over the erosion of the non-use norms around chemical weapons, for example. And then the final factor I would sort of highlight too is, this real focus on grey zone, sub-threshold conflict, whichever phrase you prefer, whether we're thinking about the South China Sea, whether we're thinking about the Middle East, whether we're thinking about Europe, and where conflict or sort of aggressive action, coercive behavior takes place below that threshold of war to avoid a major escalation. Concerns around the deniability of activities on the part of challengers, the ambiguity around that as well, which creates then attribution problems and being able to point the finger to clearly demonstrate that a particular challenger has crossed or is getting very close to a red line. So I think we've all sort of read a great deal about grey zone conflict and the role of proxy actions in that as well, whether it's the use of militias, private military companies, private security companies, hacking organizations, and so on and so forth. The cyber operations aspect, economic and diplomatic sanctions too. So there's this perception that we're operating in a very different world where conflict tends to be in this grey zone area, and a concern that grey zone conflict could obviously escalate to more open conflict that has crossed the threshold. So those are the sort of factors I think are worth flagging up. If I was teaching my students in King's, I'd be saying, right, these are the things we need to understand, I think, when we're trying to understand how Western countries like the United Kingdom, the United States, how and why they're changing their approach to security. So how has all of this then, influenced the approach to sort of national security? I think to begin with, there's a growing emphasis in the United Kingdom, United States, about being able to compete across multiple domains simultaneously, whether it's economic, diplomatic, whether it's in space, whether it's cyber, whether it's conventional military, and so on and so forth. So if you look at all sort of statements that come out of the US and the UK now when it comes to security, this idea of competition across multiple domains is there. There's a sense that to be able to compete properly, that the West must be persistently engaged in these activities. And I'll come back to that in a minute. Persistently engaged in competition. If we think about General Nick Carter, the then Chief of Defense Staff in December 2019, he talked about the competitors or Western competitors seeing a continuous, never-ending struggle that encompasses everything from what the West calls peace to nuclear war. So this is where the idea of persistent engagement comes from, is because there's a perception that the challenges to the UK, to the West, are persistently engaging with them. So this places a significant emphasis on being able to deter and to respond to challenges in the grey zone in particular. And with that comes, I think, a perception of a need for more integrated national security approaches within the states, so whether it's within the UK or within the United States, so across government ministries, connecting the armed forces up to other arms of the state, so that all levers of influence can be used in the pursuit of the national interest. And also, I think then there is a call and a demand for greater coordination across allied states and with partner countries. So a good example here would be the Queen Elizabeth Carrier Strike Group voyaging out to the Asia Pacific this year, collaborating with the Dutch, collaborating with the United States as part of that, exercising with India and obviously engaging with many other countries as part of its deployment as well. I think too, a key part of the Western approach is around power balancing. Particularly, I think we see this now in the Asia Pacific. And the Orca deal is a good sort of recent example of that. I'll say a few words on that in a minute. Power balancing too in Europe, but I think, there's NATO there to do that, and the EU, etc. When we think about the relationship with Russia at the moment. But I think the power balancing thing is particularly important when we come to the Asia Pacific, of course. And deterrence is clearly back, as a concept for managing difficult relationships with other countries. and a broader conception of deterrence. So including nuclear and conventional military, but encompassing other levers of power and influence as well, sanctions, cyber, and so on and so forth. The UK Integrated Review earlier this year, I've mentioned it a few times, talked about making, and I quote, much more integrated, creative, and routine use of the UK's full spectrum of levers, for example, diplomatic, military, intelligence, economic, and so on and so forth. It talked about a military force structure that, and I quote, principally deters through persistent engagement below the threshold of war while remaining prepared for warfighting when necessary. And then I did refer to US integrated deterrence at the start, and I'm happy to discuss this in Q&A too. Obviously, this is a concept that's in development. Again, this is where there's a focus in the United States now on deterrence demanding much more coordination, innovation, and cooperation than has previously been the case. And that this is about not just about harnessing in an integrated way US elements of power, it's about working with allies in regions like the Asia Pacific to develop the ability to deter aggression and to respond to aggression when it occurs. So Secretary of Defense Lloyd has been talking, Lloyd Austin has been talking about this quite a bit over recent months, as has Admiral Charles, head of Stratcom, and other senior military leaders in the United States. So one example that the Secretary of Defense gave back in April this year of this integrated deterrence concept was the ability to employ, for example, cyber effects in one location to respond to a maritime security incident hundreds of miles away. So again, this cross-domain aspect is becoming increasingly important. We await a new national defense strategy from the United States and the Biden administration. I think that's due out early in 2022. And I believe that will put more flesh on the bones of this new concept of integrated deterrence. And I think, the jury is probably out on whether this is just a new concept and whether it means anything different, who knows, and whether it will lead to any significant change. And also there's a nuclear posture review and a missile defense review that's imminent as well in Washington. And then finally, I just thought, mention, it'd be remiss of me not to mention the Orca Security Pact. And I think the way to understand that, I think if we think about the depiction that I made for the change in strategic environment and how US and the UK in particular are viewing the change in the security environment, I think AUKUS kind of flows from that characterization, if you will. And the Australians clearly also buy into that characterization as well. If you look at official Australian statements around AUKUS, it talks about the Indo-Pacific now being at the center of strategic competition. It talks about technological disruption and military modernization occurring at unprecedented rates. It talks about Australia's commitment to a global rules-based order and AUKUS being part of that. Of course, China's not officially mentioned or focused on in discussions around AUKUS, but most observers believe that that is the main focal point. So AUKUS is about deepening diplomatic security and defense cooperation amongst these three allied countries. It's got to focus on capability development, of course, in particular areas around cyber, AI, quantum technologies, and obviously and most evidently the decision around 8 nuclear-powered submarines and the provision to Australia. And there's an 18-month period underway at the moment for decision-making around how that's going to be delivered. And there have been reports around potential acquisition of long-range missile systems like Tomahawk, cruise missiles or equivalents, anti-shipping missiles and the like. But much of this still has to be decided by the 3 states, of course. So I'm not sure how long I've gone on for, or whether you can even hear me. So I'll draw my remarks to a close there. So hopefully I've provided a little bit of context perhaps on how the UK and US views the world at the moment, and try to link that into some of the strategic sort of changes and the strategy sort of developments in the UK and the United States, and then how that relates obviously to Asia Pacific. I would emphasize at the very end, these are very much my own views, very much as an observer, but very much what I would probably pitch to my grad students here in London too. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bowen. We were able to hear you clearly, which is wonderful. Just before I begin the next one, a very quick announcement. Dr. Andrei Gortonov has a prior appointment and will most likely do this at 1 p.m. Pakistan time, so this is just a little bit more. Our next and fourth speaker for this panel is Dr. Jochen Fichtler, who will be speaking on the German perspective on geopolitics and national security in the Asia Pacific. Dr. Hitler is a German political scientist, and he is also the country director of for Pakistan of Preemptive Use of Force since August 2019. Prior to this, he has been a senior research fellow at the Institute for Development and Peace of the University of Duisburg-Essen in Germany until March 2019, and a consultant working on Middle Eastern affairs, cultural dimensions of globalization, and on political violence like insurgencies, civil war, terrorism, etc. One of his research interests is the political aspect of religion and of religious, ethnic, and nationalist identities. His focus on the Muslim Middle East, mostly Arab countries, but also Iran, and South Central Asian politics, mostly Afghanistan and Pakistan. Dr. Hitler has been contributing to German radio and TV networks. Among his books are The Most Dangerous Country, Pakistan Between Military Rule, Extremism, and Democracy, From Morocco to Afghanistan, War and Peace in the Middle East, War, Repression, and Terrorism, Political Violence and Civilization in Western and Muslim Societies, Nation Building, a key concept for peaceful conflict transformation, the democratization of disempowerment, the problem of democracy in the Third World, and the next threat, Western perceptions of Islam. He's also been a co-editor of the yearly Peace Report, which is published by 5 German peace research institutes until 2019. Dr. Hitler, I would request to come to the podium.
Thank you very much indeed. Time is limited, so I will not try to provide a systematic overview of the topic, but I will just raise a couple of points which will be related to most cases. And before I do that, before I look at my watch here, before I do that, I have to tell you there are 2 points which I would love to talk about, but I won't because again my time constraints. The first thing is about when we talk about national security, and I'm, as you have heard, a German citizen. In Germany, we haven't had a war or any insurgency or anything for more than 75 years now. But in the last 1.5 years, we lost 100,000 lives. So if I would look at it from the perspective of what is widespread military, I probably wouldn't start with the military perspective, but with something else. And in the academic discourse and in the political discourse, these things have been separate. We have national security, weapons, military conflict, and we have human security, which is for the nice life of the academics, and which is separate. I really think it would be important to have a discussion to integrate these things, because human life is human life. I'm not sure the person who dies from the pandemic is not better off than the person who dies. This would be can't really discuss that, because it would be important to do later. The second thing, which is as important, and which sometimes we touched upon with the first 2 panels, is that there's a very strong link between the foreign policy, the strategic foreign policy of countries on the one hand, and the domestic policy of the other. And I would really think trying to understand foreign and strategic policy of any country without first understanding the domestic context, which is pretty difficult to do. So in all cases, I have to that people really want to understand the foreign military policy of the government. The first thing that they understand what the internal context. Again, it's important that it's more than a real people. And since I was introduced as the German guy with some German, not that German one or two policy in regard to this point. The first thing is when we talk about German foreign policy and German strategic policy as far as it exists here, it is probably more of a regional and less of a global scale. German government, but also German civil societies, interest in regard to foreign policy and foreign is firstly focused on the European Union, because that is where the money is made, where the bridge is for, and where the whole basic process. And without the European Union, Germany and most other trouble. So that is what really matters. In the second degree, the relationship with the United States is important for historical reasons, for military reasons, for all kinds of reasons. One of them trying to have an update for the European Union. So this obviously has become much more difficult than before, not just German plans, but German funds and this kind of things that were also before. So this was the details, the thing is the easy part of our course. Be nice to what that is become very difficult. In the third line, I think that from the German perspective, Eastern Europe is important because it is close, there, and because it brings economic opportunities for everyone. Fourthly, we probably will pay attention to the Middle East, South, the Mediterranean, East of the Middle East, because of energy requirements, because of importing of the disease, because of all kinds of things that are not taken into as well, and anything else in the world will come after. Having said that, means that South Asia, from the German policy perspective, is not at the center of the attention and politically countries. Obviously, this is not a stable assessment, but kind of fluctuating. If there are German troops in Afghanistan, which is kind of rising, if there is a threat of war between Pakistan and the tensions rising, but basically there needs to be something that the European attention is focusing on this wonderful part of the world to have to be but that's not the perspective of German policy. Okay. The second point I want to make is German policy on Afghanistan. Because it seems to contradict what I said. Why would Germany send soldiers to no oil and no relevance for the region? And the reason is that Germany wasn't interested in Afghanistan at all. It was about to give the presence of the demise to the United States of America. The former German Chancellor, Gerhard Schröder, nearly exactly 20 years ago in December of 2001, he gave a speech in Parliament and he explained that he really doesn't know whether sending troops not very not successful, but then he said it doesn't matter that much because it's about the solidarity with Washington after September 11. And that means we are supporting the United States after September 11, 2001 because of our history, the long kind of history, and because of what other people have not about Afghanistan. And that meant that the Afghan war from the German side was always a side story, and the soldiers would be very killed, but nobody really did. But my idea is that to some degree that also applies to most other international actors, to the United States, to the other European countries. I don't really think they ever understood that they got themselves into. They never could see that they could prove themselves because the need was to build their own population. But if you want to do someone else, you have to start with building yourself. So that was something that losing the war in Afghanistan. In our current very much very embarrassed, but it wasn't something nobody, I talked to many German officers before after returning, the team told me that the that's what it is. Now, the third point on my list is my homework. Okay, what does the, and now I'm going to go on to what does the Afghan war teach us about security policy, necessity, the military, security, I think a lot. First, it has been teaching us that many countries have a certain goal without understanding the war reserve. That is something which Alfred Clausewitz, another German who died in 1508, has written in his book on war, which is recommended. You don't get involved in the war that you don't understand. It's not good. That is something that all Western less military, but mostly politically, just ignore. That's the very simple. The other lesson is that in national security, it is part of that, in wars, conflict with power. In national security, military power very often is theoretical. The Taliban sometimes have less than 30,000 people really die to be beat around the production of some self-made explosive devices to take up the NATO, the United States, with the rest, they had unlimited financial resources. They had the biggest air force that they did have. The numbers of soldiers who had them and the army was probably between 450,000 upwards against not winning this war means very clearly that the military superior in the classical sense. Armament, firepower, ability, that's the things which the military in books about how to use it, or these classical things of military power is not met. Because they told the United States could not use this war because of their overwhelming support, technology, the numbers, firepower, everything. But they didn't win the war against the people. And that means they lost it politically. This war has not been won or lost militarily, it's been lost politically. And I remember very well that about 20 years ago, when General Stanley McChrystal was visiting Berlin, he invited us to come for a talk about Afghanistan. And that is the point that very much that was probably still May 2010. McChrystal said, if you are not managing to get a legitimate functioning Afghan government there soon, we will lose the war. So I was asking what was in Afghanistan how this level is there. He said 12 to 18 months. We are not getting a legitimate functioning Afghan government because he was still the commander of the election. And I agree with him very much. And he never did. That was the thing. The national security trusted that the war safe, that the war guns that time. But they didn't understand that the war already started at this stage. But it was designed from the perspective of politics and politics. The person also said it's not designed by military force. You cannot lose the war. But it will not be. It will not be decided by developing force. Also, something that we cannot decide the war, and then we agree it will be decided in the question of having a particular functioning session where I think our students also take up the lessons. We are still kind of paralyzed of the beauty of our website, the numbers that we have, by the technology of the method of really I would suggest to go back to the table, sit down and discuss it with the now, the last point here is a matter about what brought up in the I think globalization and renationalization. This is what is classic. We have talked about globalization for a long time, and it is true. Economically, it's the world is basically globalized. We are buying stuff from France, from electronics from Japan, cars from Germany, mountains from Pakistan, whatever it is. We have a very high economic activity. And also culturally, we are having something we all watch the Hollywood movies, the same pop song, clothing, with lots of fighting and giving each other hands of Pakistan, the defense, all these kinds of things that go on. Also, ideologically, the globalization has taken roots in regard to ideologies, the nuclear state, and it means that people in our society are multi. In Germany, more than 20% of people, by now, have a foreign background. They are of the generation. Well, I'm a German citizen born in Germany. My wife is from Iran. We are visiting Pakistan. These kinds of things have been over time, and that is something which happens. But at the same time, I think this globalization process has frightened many people and has also created many users, economically and psychologically, that there has been a backlash in regard to renationalizing politics and renationalizing thinking technology. And that affects not just poor people. Donald Trump was, Erdogan in Turkey, Netanyahu formerly in Hungary. All kinds of places that you have the same thing in the you have movements and trends starting. These are trying to use elements of globalization they are useful, but at the same time, ideologically and politically, to that can have a significant impact because sometimes what happens is low-level violence, more criminal activities, forms of terrorism opportunities. And what I'm afraid of is that they're staying on the national level. There's been lots of talk about China, US, war development. And I'm not sure whether it's also on the national level to go back to the time of 1970s, where from these two blocks of the Cold War, each other with and if we look at that in the situation that we are trying to benefit from, which might go back to also use force to certain situations. If this moves up, if the internal problems that I referred to with regard to an example of Afghanistan, there are so many countries, maybe 50% of the world, that have prevent potential for domestic violence. So it's civil war. If we connect to the fragmented 19th century style nationalist competition between states, then I think the family will sit down very carefully and discuss the practice between the two. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you, Dr. Victor. Now we will begin our Q&A session, and as pointed out in our previous session, particularly happy to see that we have more students who I think have just arrived a short time early to start with. I think it's worth mentioning because they especially made the decision to come here and entire delegation of students so that they could attend our conference. We have mics signed up on both sides of the aisle. Very quickly, if I could just check, we still have Dr. Wynne Bowen online, I think, and Dr. Portugal has had to leave. So I will request questions to Dr. Wynne Bowen, if you could please have him a little earlier, as he also has to leave in a short while. And we can begin with, yes, the lady on the left, please go ahead. I'm afraid we can't hear you.
I'm on my way. My question is from Dr. Wynne Bowen. I was also from there. Also from the English UK has bypassed France. What capability for UK France?
Dr. Bowen, if I can just repeat, she says that with AUKUS now in play, what future can we see for US-French relations? UK-France relations. Dr. Bowen, that's for you.
Thanks. So just let me repeat the question. Was that about a question about UK-French relations after AUKUS?
Yes.
Okay. The easy question first. Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting. I think the UK-French relationship is in the doldrums at the moment for lots of different reasons. A lot related to Brexit, a lot related to domestic British politics, a lot related to French domestic politics, and the pending presidential election in France as well. So the AUKUS deal didn't really come at an auspicious moment, I don't think, in the UK-French relationship. I think, yeah, it's in a very, very difficult position at the moment. And I don't think that's good for sort of a cohesive Western approach to the security challenges that that the alliance countries face. I think I did say one thing to the media around the time AUKUS came out, that I thought that the fact that the French had not been informed was a shot in the foot for the Western sort of alliance approach to security issues, because it just demonstrates that there are cracks that can be prized apart by those countries that might wish to do that. So yeah, not a great place to be in at the moment, but it's complicated by, I think, a lot of politics on both sides of the channel. But eventually the UK and the French will come through this, and we'll continue to work together on strategic issues, like they do in some of the nuclear aspects of part of the relationship that they have. So I'm positive about the long term, but it may take quite a while to get to the next stage in the relationship, and that may take the next presidential election in France to get that all sorted.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. I'll take two questions at a time. Please, the lady on the right side of the panel, and followed by the gentleman on the left.
I'm an assistant of international relations at Cardiac University. My question is directed for Ambassador Ali Saroj. As you mentioned that Pakistan needs US and US needs Pakistan because they benefit each other. But at the same time, India is developing relations with US. They are having wars in the Middle East wars. So at time like this, what can be done at the diplomatic level by Pakistan to again develop those bilateral relations with US? Because as we have seen during the Afghanistan conflict, the US has been telling us that we need to do more. So at time like this, what can be done at the diplomatic level, and also what can be done by US to be a third-party mediator between India and Pakistan conflict, not the entire conflict maybe, but some of the crises. Because previously, like World Bank, it helped mediate, and we had the Indo-Pacific treaty that is surviving.
All right, thank you. And please, the gentleman on the left, your question.
I have a question from Dr. Kulnova. In the contemporary era, we have seen that a very vivid shift of Pakistan towards Sino-Russian relationship, while India is becoming more US-centric. Yet we see that Russia is still becoming really skeptical of countries' relations with Pakistan. Why, as we have seen that Russian President Vladimir Putin has not visited Pakistan in more than 2 decades this tender, while he's visiting again in a couple of days in India. So do you see that Pakistan is going to get better relations with Russia at a better pace, or it's going to be like a very
both very pertinent questions. First, Naveen, your question related to Pakistan, the US need to develop convergences to develop a mutually beneficial relationship. I think in what can Pakistan do with regard to improvement of, I think a couple of things that can be done. One is that there are certainly convergences between Pakistan and the United States on a variety of issues. For instance, on Afghanistan, after a long haul, the US has come to accept Pakistan's point of view that there is no military solution to Afghanistan, and there has to be a political solution to Afghanistan. This is something that Pakistan is saying for a very long time. So, and the US has begun to agree to this proposition. I think we both want an inclusive government. We both want empowerment of women of Afghanistan. And we both want that Afghanistan should be rid of international terrorist outfits who have made Afghanistan their base for the last several years. I think the important factor is that we need to work very, very closely. Unfortunately, at the moment, there is no structured dialogue between Pakistan and the United States. Right? We need to establish a high-level structured dialogue between the two countries to discuss these issues. Secondly, I think there are also convergences on climate change with regard to peace and security in the region. So, and thirdly, I think we need to reassure the Americans that our relationship with the United States and America is as old as our relationship with China. We have never played one against the other. As a matter of fact, we have played the role of a great between the two countries, and that we will continue to play that role in the future also. And then I think with regard to your question regarding whether the US will play the role of a mediator between India and Pakistan for the resolution of issues. In the last peace process that we had pursued between India and Pakistan, the US did play a very important role. Both the US and the United Kingdom, they were closely involved with the peace process. And I think that's the kind of a role that that's kind of a neutral role, I would say, that we need to play in bringing about the rapprochement based on international resolutions and based on international merit. With regard to the second question on Sino-Russian relationship, yes, certainly Sino-Russian relationships are important. At the same time, Pakistan and Russian relationships are also important. When in the last several years, there have been sort of developed kind of animosity that existed in the past. During the Soviet days, that is no more there. We enjoy complete convergence of views in respect of Afghanistan and other regional issues. Secondly, I think our defense relationship with Russia is also improving. I think we need to maintain this trajectory. Russia also supported Pakistan's membership of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is very positive as the US as Pakistan. We need to increase our economic relationship so as to broaden our options with Russia. And I think once those relationships are defensive, military
initiative and an economic initiative to reach a certain point, certainly high-level visits would also take place. But the thing which I think this is
I think Pakistan is in a difficult situation in terms of China and the United States. In case both of these countries are not interested in having this coverage. And I think from the latest news for now, my guess is that both countries require to pleasure Pakistan this studies we want to do. And I think that would be unfortunate. It is in the Pakistan interest to cooperate with both, but I don't think it will be possible forever over the next few years. And I think Pakistan, for the policy makers, should prepare for this issue. And I've talked to policy makers in some of us in the last few years, and those who get the response that we want to be friends with both. And that is a very nice sympathetic way of doing things, but it's not a realistic option. I'm not really sure how it will prepare for this. Come from both sides and don't want to get rushed into it. The last remark that I would like to add to what was said before, what maybe I will do.
I'll just take two more questions because I'm actually running short on time. Saham Heber and the gentleman seated in the third.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. My question is towards Dr. Hitler. Pakistan and Germany foreign policy makers have one thing in common, that is regional focus. So what steps do you think in Pakistani policy makers can take for the regional security of our region?
Yes, please. Can you please provide the gentleman over there with the mic?
Dost Mohammad Badi, Research Associate, India Space Center, Institute of Strategic Islamabad. I would like to ask a question from Ambassador Jelani. In your talk that you have discussed that India is going to exploit the rivalry of the US and China. But currently India has purchased S-400 visas from the Russia. How do you see that KETSA legislation by the US countering the American adversary through the Sanctions Act? Will America apply the KETSA on India as the same KETSA was applied against the Turkey when Turkey bought the S-400 visas from the Russia? Thank you so much.
The first point was about Dutch-German similarities and relationships that both have a regional respect. I think that is true, and that can open a possibility for military cooperation. I don't see that Europe as a whole or Germany specifically will be able to play a decisive role in the South America. By the way, it's not the military issues. They are not so important to the United States. But in the game that we are facing, trying to diversify for the region, soft the Chinese American competition for Pakistan, probably Europe and Germany can play a role in kind of soft the Europeans altogether and the Germans especially are not interested in this Chinese American trying to use the German organization, trying to soften these kinds of rhetoric. And the second point that I forgot to mention before, the second point is when you're asking what Pakistan should do, I think we should recognize that the solution is in Pakistan and not in Pakistan going forward. What I mean is that Pakistan is a state of progressive growth in country with a good economy. Everybody will want to do it. You know, the Americans are not interested in India because it's in you or because they might move very much. They are opportunistically looking for these partners with whom they can do strategic and economic cooperation. And I think the strength of Pakistan in the foreign policy and in this depends on the question whether the Pakistani society is really able to utilize the positive potential. A wonderful country with so big potentials which are not used properly. But if they are done, if the country gets improved with government, with economy, and all that, then I think diplomacy will have a much, much bigger possibility to link up with others who also count in the whole life. So my feeling is Germany would not be relevant if it wouldn't have the economy and the country governance. That's the way that we will have. And I think this country is such full of potential that sometimes I really want to try that it's not possible. If we use it properly, I promise to be successful and people want to be partners. But if you are seen like an unstable, unreliable country that nobody knows anything about, people will ignore you. And that is partly the fault of some of the outsiders, partly the fault of the elites in Pakistan that will find their way to their own conflict. And in fact, if you refer to the issue of export idea, it certainly violates US law. This is a classic example of India exploiting the US-China rivalry. It is very well thought out strategy and it knew very well that even if it violates the US laws by acquiring the sanction law will not be triggered in India for a variety of reasons. One, India has been triggered of the American strategy in China. India is seen, perhaps erroneously, that India will get the full walk in time. So this is something that is done quite a bit. Then, as the question of export, which is not really, there are several examples. If you recall, India continued to import Iranian oil despite the INSA, Iran India sanction law, which would have triggered any other country with Iranian oil. But then India got special exemption from it. By the way, for your information, already a resolution has been moved in the American Congress by some powerful members of the Congress to exempt India from the sanction law for violating that particular law, thereby India acquired India will not be
thank you very much to our panelists, Dr. and Dr. Bastulani. Thank you also to Dr. Wim Bowen from London and Dr. Andre Gautam who joined us from Moscow. Particular thanks to our audience. I apologize for went into the comedy quality, but do keep your questions with you. We have 2 more interesting sessions coming up. Before our MC makes the announcement, if I could please request the Dean of Graduate Studies to come on stage and present sheets to our analysts.
Ambassador Jalil Abbas Jalani. Dr. Jochen Hippler. Thank you. This concludes our second session. We will now take a half an hour break for lunch. The audience is requested to proceed to the lunch menu, or ushers will guide you to the location. Please keep your participant badges with you for entry to the lunch menu. I will request you all to please join us back in time for our next session, which begins at 2 p.m. sharp.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Anton. Can you hear us?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you. Who am I
Yes.
speaking to?
This is Aisha Malik, the panel moderator, but there is a slight delay in reconvening the session. It would hardly take 5 minutes.
Okay, excellent. You've been made aware that for my part, I will have to leave the session in now 55 minutes.
Yeah, we have been communicated. We would be convening the session in 5 minutes.
Okay. I cannot hear you very well. Your sound is very muffled, but I suppose this is not as bad as if my sound were bad. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you clearly and we can see you as well.
Excellent.
Can you listen to me clearly now?
I can hear you a little better. It isn't
Okay, I'm going to try
fantastic.
on the other mic and then I revert to you, okay?
Assalamualaikum everyone and welcome back. I am Narayana Ansari and I am a bachelor student in my first semester in the International Relations Department. May I please request you all to quickly be seated in order that we may begin our next session. And before we begin, I'd like to remind everyone to please switch off your cell phones or keep them in silence. Let us now begin. Our third session for today entitled Impact of Emerging Technologies on Traditional and Non-Traditional Security Threats. This panel will be chaired by Mrs. Aisha Malik. May I please request you to come on stage. Mrs. Aisha Malik is a lecturer at the Department of International Relations at S Integrated Deterrence. She holds an MPhil degree in the School of Politics and International Relations at Quaid-e-Azam University and is currently pursuing her PhD in there. I would like to ask our panelists for the session, Dr. Ali Saroj and Dr. Hareen Abdul, please join us on stage. Mr. Antoine Walsh will be joining us online from London. Thank you so much, Navera. And thank you everyone for joining back. So we are ready to reconvene. This already very interesting and well articulated and quite interactive one-day international conference under the theme of the concept of national security and in the 21st century and the emerging challenges. So in this third session, the third session is titled as Impact of Emerging Technologies on Traditional and Non-Traditional Security Threats. So in this panel, we are hoping to build on the topics prescribed in previous panels and approaching the idea of threat from its sub-levels, traditional and non-traditional, and in it specifically emphasize on impact of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, hypersonic weapons, biotechnology, lethal autonomous weapons, directed energy weapons, and quantum technology as well. So we shall convene the panel. So our first panelist is joining us from United Kingdom, Mr. Antoine. Mr. Antoine, can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear. Good afternoon to all in Islamabad.
Thank you. So Mr. Antoine Lewis is a research fellow for South Asia at the International Institute of Strategic Studies based in London. His research interests include India-Pakistan nuclear and crisis stability, technology and strategy in South Asia, India-China-Pakistan relations in South Asia. Antoine contributes to the International Institute for Strategic Studies program for research, convening and outreach to officials, corporate and public audiences on regional security, policy making and geopolitical due diligence. He publishes analysis, posts, and addresses discussions, meetings, and private briefings inside and outside South Asia. He's the lead author of Nuclear Deterrence and Stability in South Asia, Perceptions and Realities, published in year 2021. Antoine has written on India, China, India in the Indian Ocean, India-Pakistan nuclear issues for the Institute's annual publications, including Strategic Survey, the Shangri-La Dialogue, Asia-Pacific Regional Security Assessment. Since 2010, he has coordinated and participated in series of IISS meetings on Southern Asia, regional and nuclear security in South Asia. He was also a visiting international fellow at the Institute for Defense Studies and Analyses, New Delhi. He holds an MSc Economics and International Politics from Aberystwyth University, United Kingdom. In France, he studied history and political science at the universities of Rennes, second and first, respectively. His research and dialogue work on regional security have taken him regularly to Pakistan, India, China, United States of America, Singapore, Oman, and Bahrain. So we convene our panel, and whenever you are ready, Mr. Zed.
Thank you. Should I start now?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that generous introduction, My thanks go first of all to the Air University for the kind invitation, particularly Dr. Adil Sultan, my former one-time colleague at the IISS, as visiting fellow for South Asia in London. It's good to hear from friends in Pakistan. It's good to be back in Pakistan, if virtually still, to speak at this important conference. The intersection of technology and national security is an important topic which recasts strategic cultures, conventional wisdoms, and government orthodoxies. This is also a prominent topic. It concentrates the attention of those concerned with the proverbial next Pearl Harbor or Sputnik moments, or perhaps more positively, in India's case sometimes, Y2K moments. Technology and national security is a vast field of inquiry. It covers the news in every given day, so I will not be able to cover everything, but what I hope to do is provide some framing remarks for the two speakers coming after me and for the subsequent discussion. I won't refer in detail to a particular chapter on emerging technologies, which features in this report you kindly mentioned in the introduction, but I would also draw you to that for a specific discussion of technology in the context of nuclear deterrence. I will touch on this, but not beyond reason. So instead, I'm going to focus my remarks for this Pakistani student and policy audience on three main areas. One, technology and conflict. Second, technology and peace. And three, technology and the future of alliances. So first, technology and conflict. Technology from early innovation to hands-on and on-hand capability enables, disables, and re-enables deterrence at the strategic, tactical, and operational levels. By implication, technology both enables and disables strategic stability, as it does arms control. Technology is central to the conduct of international politics by other means. It is central through traditional forms of warfare, forever shrinking decision time and reducing notions of physical distance, both critical considerations for the defense of national territories such as Pakistan's. Technology is also especially central to hybrid and other forms of asymmetrical use of force, which states growingly employ to compensate for weakness across the escalation ladder and when they seek escalation dominance. National security leaders face hard dilemmas about the degree to which they should give in to the treadmill or escalator momentum, to quote a former top Pakistani military official, which drives arms racing, especially when this momentum, this treadmill, implies entry into new or unfamiliar domains of conflict with higher technology barriers to entry, such as space and cyber. Technology is also central to national security because it is so critical to intelligence domain-led statecraft, notwithstanding the enduring contribution of human intelligence. Despite being essential to warfare, I would submit that technology is not a panacea. While high technology capabilities are often necessary ingredients of military victory, they are by no means a sufficient condition for that victory. And look no further here to Afghanistan between 2001 and 2021 for a demonstration of this. So let me look at 6 reasons why I think it is not a panacea, in no particular order. First, there are precious few comprehensive assessments of one very prominent type of high technology power these days, which is cyber power. The IISS Cyber, Space and Future Conflict Program has only started publishing groundbreaking national country assessments of cyber power. Their findings can be counterintuitive sometimes. As my colleague Greg Austin argues, for example, China is not yet the cyber power we assume it to be. 2, the maturation of frontier technologies into capabilities and their percolation into force structures often stokes the inspiration of technologists beyond reason. These can sometimes successfully convince policymakers who willingly or not can suspend their disbelief, but a new capability will have a game-changing effect on warfare, that it must be acquired at almost all costs, before the dismal science of economists, game theorists, and political scientists explains that, in fact, the disruptive value of that technology is likely to be much less than anticipated for behavioral or cognitive reasons. The decision to acquire capability is at least worth weighing against other more traditional capabilities, at least in terms of opportunity cost. I mean, here I would refer you, for instance, to the ongoing debate about the value of artificial intelligence for assessment purposes, or indeed the relevance of hypersonic missiles to strategic defense more broadly. And I know Dr. Saroj after me will be speaking to that particular theme. 3, preparedness, readiness, jointness, and in the case of equipment, immediate availability of spares at home or from overseas also play at least an equally enabling role as does the availability off the shelf of a high technology capability. This is a basic point, but every person in any given military would know that a piece of equipment is worth little in terms of its potential utility if it does not have an enabling environment around it. 4, the value of technology to conflict is also strongly relative to an adversary's own level of technological achievement. This means that the introduction of a new class of weapon in a regional context can predictably have destabilizing effects on strategic stability. This should be done with utmost caution, especially if in large enough numbers to make a difference. Excess capability or perceptions of it can create anxieties, prompting overreaction, fueling the treadmill I referred to earlier. This is a point about the self-defeating nature of defense technology more generally. 5, technology also complements, but is not a substitute for trust and judgment, although it can play an enabling role in it in a national security context. In the case of arms control compliance and verification, for example, one can easily imagine how verifiable regional arms control could be enhanced by distributed ledger technology or quantum encryption, but neither can be a complete substitute for political trust building more widely. Finally, the cost of path dependence or commitment traps in economic or political terms, once a country chooses to rely on a certain technology and supplier, especially if largely imported, is a consideration with truly strategic implications, especially if a country's foreign security policy relies on balancing influences or so-called multi-aligning strategies. As such, technology is at the heart of ongoing thinking in major European or Asian capitals alike when it comes to strategic autonomy in the age of US-China great power competition. The IISS is undertaking work on this, which I would be happy to point you to in the European context, but also that of technology innovation in particular. So let me now turn to my second theme, technology and peace. Technology is central to peacetime statecraft, which occupies most leaders most days. Technology, of course, is a key component of any country's responsible preparation for future conflict. Technologies acquired today may be useful tomorrow or the day after in the use of actual force, but also insofar as threats can be made of its use in the context of so-called tolerance warfare, as we call it at the IISS, or as someone was writing recently, the weaponization of ambiguity. But technology fulfills, at least in my view, 2 other important functions in peacetime. First, technology is arguably a driver of peace. In a globalized economy, the self-development or application of technology directly drives prosperity. This is because technology, of course, conceived as an investment, is critical to enabling productivity gains. In that sense, investment in civilian sector technology is an important dividend of peace, even if it can also erode so-called demographic dividends. In the dawn of AI and automation, the ability of youthful countries such as Pakistan to leverage technology has to be balanced against the needs to fuel a virtuous cycle of industrialization, mass labor force employment, consumption, and high rates of savings. The worsening climate for international investors in China in 2021 may be seen one day by economic historians as the key moment when the rest of Asia, including CPEC and non-CPEC Pakistan, got a chance at attracting the sort of long-term international capital flows which can change durably the innovation intensity of these countries' GDP and enhance the share of growth-inducing services and industrial sectors also in these countries. There's quite a lot of discussion about hot money flowing currently from away from China into Pakistan, but also India in that respect. My second point on peace and technology is that one step further, technology may also be growingly a critical enabler of peace. In situations where war is impossible and peace unlikely, to quote a French thinker on war, technology development, especially innovation, become integral, even perhaps the proxy for strategic competition. Technology then relates closely to geoeconomics. Prosperity enables technology development, which in turn enables a strong economy and the pursuit of power, influence, and resilience in the broader international order. In this context, there are different ways to contribute to the global economy of data, suiting diverse national profiles, including, for instance, that of populous nations such as Pakistan, which can choose to attract a slice of the booming market for artificial intelligence training by putting such technologies to work on its diverse population. Also, population size through the proxy measurement of smartphone or internet access penetration rates provides leverage to frontier or emerging markets like Pakistan or India, for that matter, which can trade market access to foreign technologies in exchange for prosperity benefits, such as technology transfers. Of course, technology is a proxy for strategic competition, and look no further in that regard to the case of China and the United States under President Donald Trump first and now under President Biden. It is one of the most important features of an increasingly all-out bifurcation or decoupling of the global economy. All other states are having to live with the implications of this structural paradigm of statecraft and national security in the 21st century. Now, two topical points of interest in addition. One, I think, relates to the fact that there are large unresolved challenges in both the domestic and international governance of technology and its social and political effects. Unchecked, even state-sponsored manipulation of social media has implications for national sovereignty and national security. Surveillance technology, be it for COVID-19 track and trace or counterterrorism applications, also redefine the border and basic terms of the bargain between states and their citizens in ways which political governance, national security leaders, and electoral politics struggle to keep up with. This is a global transnational issue in peace, but it becomes one of crisis stability when social media heaps polarizing political pressure on policymakers in a national security crisis. The second topical point, and I won't dwell on that, is the growing trend towards a new space race. This is well visible in the British context, for example, but also, I believe, in the Pakistani one. And the commonality of this point across all countries is that space technologies are the new linchpin for emerging national space and defense space strategies and agencies. These straddle civilian and military domains in new ways, and they are worth looking towards for future trends in both peace and conflict. I turn now to my third theme, technology and future alliances. The consequence of my two previous points on conflict and peace is that technology is returning as a driver of change, profoundly reshaping the distribution of power in the international order. During a short but significant moment in the 1990s, technology had appeared to obviate the need for national security altogether. In the longer run, as a global village, or so-called global village, would emerge, and information technology would spread rationality, progress, transparency, and democratization. But this was, at least in parts, a fallacy. Instead, states and their national security leaderships never stopped considering technology as a means to security and defense ends in the pursuit of international influence. Today, if data is a principal currency of power, technology is what drives both supply and increasingly the demand for it. In each nation's quest to balance this equation better than foes and rivals, the ability to find interest and increasingly values-based elective affinities with other nations has returned as a critical feature of statecraft. The sharing, therefore, of design, production, economies of scale of technology is concerted. Its concerted use for creating strategic effect and ultimately strategic dividends is at the heart of interstate partnerships. This concerns both treaty-based alliances and the proliferation these days of coalitions of the willing or like-minded gatherings focused on building, sustaining, or more rarely re-energizing mini or plurilaterals. Older examples of this include the US and UK on nuclear propulsion and weapons design, UK-France on warhead modernization, of course, the Five Eyes alliance to a degree, or the Five Power Defense Agreement to another degree in Asia. More recently, we have had the AUKUS Pact, which is most significant, I think, for its cyber and quantum dimensions beyond the undersurface and long-range conventional strike aspects. We have also the Quad arrangement in the Indo-Pacific with India, US, Japan, and Australia. We have a similar Quad taking shape in the Middle East with India, Israel, UAE, US. There is one also in the Mediterranean, France, Greece, Cyprus, Egypt, and a long-standing one in Europe between the US, the UK, France, and Germany. All of these have the potential to include, or already do include, data and some degree of technology sharing sub-arrangements to varying degrees. But as much as it is possible in this sensitive area, often lacking transparency, I think nuance and precision do matter much when assessing the implications of a declared or implied technology sharing agreement. And this for at least 5 reasons. 1, is a given agreement truly adding to national technical means, national industrial base, or the training of a next generation of scientists? Details do matter in that respect. Or is that agreement simply a data flow, which, while proprietary and reliable, is actually made up of open source information? This question refers to a fundamental distinction between harvesting, using, and making use of data for short-term and long-term strategic advantage. It also refers to the marginal value question of gaining access to closed versus open source information. Second, does an expected or dreaded capability enhancement simply avoid fighting the proverbial last war? Or is it truly next generation? For example, how long can upgrades to a tank envisaged in an alliance or a defense pact structure be truly enhancing of capability when they apply to a very old platform? Third, will overseas deliveries and the absorptive, restitutive capabilities of any national defense industrial base be ready in time to deliver the military capability which is foreseen when its usefulness is most likely strongest? And in that context, I would point you to ongoing discussions in the open literature about the Australia's decision to acquire nuclear-powered submarines by only 2014 in the context of AUKUS, and the question of whether these will have to be supplemented by an extra class of submarines in the interim to ensure that Australia can fulfill its role as envisaged in the AUKUS agreement in light of China's own very strong push in the maritime and undersurface warfare domains. Fourth, if a single unit of a new platform has comparative advantages over its peers, does it provide anything more than a niche capability? And I think we have examples of this question in the immediate neighborhood of Pakistan. And fifth, is a new capability a short-term military enhancement which may bring about a long-term liability? And here there is an ongoing discussion also in the open literature with regard to India's procurement of the S-400 missile defense system from the Russian Federation and the possible implications this has for the US-India strategic partnership. One large part of the answer to these five questions often lies in the ability or the inability of states to reach truly strategic understandings of the sort which convince both parties to bend domestic rules, export controls, etc., for the sake of expediency, urgency, all while at the same time staying within a rules of the road approach, if not the rule of law or the rules-based international order. By implication, states with transactional relationships with partners are less likely to unlock the most valuable outcomes of technology cooperation. Now, to conclude, what are some of the implications of my previous points for Pakistan? Here, I'd like to make three final points. One, technology competition is central to national security interests. This is an expensive pursuit for the national exchequer, which often requires national leadership and sustained determination over decades to influence industrial policy across both private and public sectors. In the global context of flux brought about by relentless, constant innovation, this is hard enough a challenge to succeed at for the world's most advanced nations. For others, it is even harder, as progress can require political strategic trade-offs with willing or accommodative fair or all-weather friends, often across policy silos. Pakistan, I think, in that context, and that of post-15th of August Afghanistan regional security, faces less than comfortable dilemmas as it looks forward with its geo-economic paradigm. Two, in defense and national security, matching one's capability to that of the rival or opponent, like for like, numbers for numbers, is a most ruinous pursuit without arms control in view. Pakistan has in the last few years, including at the tribune of the IISS, made strong statements about renouncing into entering certain areas of strategic competition for lack of an actual compelling case in doing so, starting with considerations of affordability. This is to be welcome and something Pakistan could draw continued inspiration from as it seeks to carry its nuclear weapons deterrence relationship with India into the Indian Ocean and the maritime domain more generally, but as Pakistan also seeks to acquire greater space and cyber capabilities for national security, both partly under the aegis of a Pakistan Air Force, I should say. Formal unilateral statements of renouncements to certain capabilities or behaviors are useful both in public and especially in private in that context. Three, and my final point, Pakistan already has the ability to inflict unacceptable damage on India in particular using its nuclear weapons. This assurance should give Pakistan confidence it has a last resort means to deter any form of high technology aggression in other related but distinct conventional domains. This said, drawing explicit linkages between the behavior of others in the air space, cyber, or information domains on the one hand, and nuclear weapons on the other hand, is unhelpful, especially for countries with an undeclared nuclear doctrine and first use policy, shrouded in perhaps greater ambiguity and room for misinterpretation than is perhaps strictly necessary. Cross-domain operations make the proportionality and discrimination at the heart of all escalation control under the nuclear threshold much more difficult to implement in times of crisis. If in February 2019, chance played an ameliorative role in tensions with India, as the IISS assesses, that role for chance is unlikely to be less if in the next crisis a struggle ensues in new domains where technology is supposed to reinforce deterrence, not drive actual operations. With this, I end here and thank again the chair very much for the opportunity and thank the audience, you, for your attention. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Levesque. Can you hear us? So Mr. Levesque has informed us on his early leaving the session because of some other conference he has to attend. So we wanted to have a round of questions with you, but we are a little pressed on time because we reconvened already 15 minutes late. So we would like you to carry on. Thank you for joining us. So we would be moving on to our next panelist now. So joining us for this session as second speaker is Dr. Ali Saroj. Dr. Ali Saroj is an aerospace engineer with more than 25 years of industrial research and academic experience. He has a PhD degree in launch vehicle design and MS degree in space propulsion. He is the founding director of Space Systems Research Lab at CAE NUST and Space Education Research Program of Pakistan Air Force. Dr. Saroj has expertise in space technology, strategies, and techniques. He has written extensively on space systems applications, counter space operations, and is well published. He is presently serving as Associate Professor at the Institute of Avionics and Aeronautics, Air University, Islamabad. We welcome you, sir.
Not funny. As Anthony just mentioned, this is practically technology in conflict because we're talking about some very serious weapons. And I'm going to promote the idea of having these weapons and then try to demote the idea of not having these weapons. So it's going to be a conflict for me as well. Right. So I begin with how it happens in October this year. The world was astonished to learn from Financial Times when they first reported on 27th of July, a certain kind of a hypersonic vehicle, possibly a weapon, had for the first time ever completed an orbit around the Earth before coming down to impact a pre-designated location on the ground. This was the first of its kind test, and it was conducted by China, of successfully entering a hypersonic orbiter in space and then re-entering the Earth's atmosphere to impact the ground location. Although China clearly denies having carried out a weapon test, instead it states that a reusable spacecraft was experimentally tested for orbital flight. Hence, the exact identity of the hypersonic flight platform is still contentious. Nevertheless, one thing is for sure, the technology bar for hypersonic technologies has been raised to a very new high for all major powers in the world. Now, analyzing this situation and the extreme level of technological advancement that have gone into this field, General Hayden, the Deputy Chairman of Joint Staff Geopolitical, had stated that these weapons could possibly become one day the weapons of first use for all militaries, the holders of the technologies. in any major conflict. And that this development had come possibly over a certain time period in which China had invested and conducted hundreds of hypersonic tests, while in the same period, the adversary US had only carried out 9 of them. This is the situation that has started to build up. This new and emerging trend has today set the stage for a new generation of ballistic weapons, now almost ready to challenge the strategic balance of the global and regional theaters. Thus the topic, major power competition with hypersonic weapons and their impact on regional stability. I shall be addressing some questions possible in this domain. Why these weapons exist? How are we defining these weapons? Why do we, what kind of technology goes into it? How do these weapons work? A concept of operations for these weapons, some balancing act, and stability, regional and global stability issues in a hypersonic weapons hangover. Right. So the first question is, why do we really need the next generation of ballistic weapons? As one can see, that over a 70-year period, the world has seen the strategic weapons stockpile of major powers steadily reduced. In many ways, it has stabilized to a new equilibrium point, with US and Russia possessing 90% of the world's nuclear warheads. This equilibrium in a rapidly changing world dynamics was bound to get disturbed, especially once counter-ballistic weapons started to emerge on the horizon. So there is something which is now rendering the ballistic weapons less effective. This really complex mission picture, I'm going to explain this. The mission picture to the right shows that today any nation which has any reasonable amount of space presence and terrestrial assets can detect a ballistic missile launch. And by the time, at point number 2, the first burnout takes place, the sensors, the space sensors are already queued in. Once into the orbit, high power tracking sensors, space or ground-based, can accurately basically locate just 3 locations on the trajectory to complete the mission construct of the missile. The data can now be collected and passed on to a kill vehicle, which can intercept this ballistic missile, possibly at its apogee, and thus neutralize the threat. This is predictability, which is killing these weapons. The predictability is leading to trackability and interceptability. And this is the reason why the world is now looking for a new generation of ballistic weapons. We look at some of the technologies which are now making headways into in fact, before with that, let's look at some of the features that these new generation weapons would likely to have. I've highlighted specifically interoperability, lower detection, higher survivability, and an enhanced maneuverability as the key to the next generation of ballistic weapons. The list is pretty long, as you can see here, but these 4 are going to be the game changer characteristics for the next generation ballistic weapons. We can take a look at some of the technologies that are now making headlines in this NGBW domain. And on the top is the MIRVs, which are getting placed on the GRBMs. They are actually ICBMs with over 15,000 kilometers of range. And we have a long list of it, and the list is growing. Then we have the anti-ballistic weapons. When we have 2 of them, actually, one which does the mid-course interception and the other which does the tactical or strategic interception. Then we got ASATs, and we got ballistic weapons doing the ASAT thing. But the true game changer is actually the last one, the hypersonic weapons. And that's what we are going to be discussing in slightly greater details today. 3 words define hypersonic weapons best: prompt, accurate, undefeated. These map the basic concept of hypersonic weapons. We just put all these 3 words together in a more tangible form, and we can define these as ultra high speed, low detectability, high survivability, long range platforms capable of delivering conventional or nuclear payloads. I take these 3 critical words. Ultra high speed specifically refers to hypersonic velocities. Low detectability, we're talking about very, very depressed trajectories that stay well below the high level radars. And we're talking about high survivability. We're talking about missiles that can make very high speed maneuvers, even at hypersonic speeds, and that too at very high altitudes. Okay, the concept of these hypersonic weapons has practically been materialized into two separate configurations. The hypersonic rocket-assisted boost and glide systems, or the BGMs, and the hypersonic rocket-assisted cruise missile configuration, or the HCVs. These two configurations are very different from each other, as we can see also in the picture. We have taken the example of the DF-17, which is a BGV weapon, which has recently been fielded by China. It's a high-powered rocket. It has a high-powered rocket booster to launch the system, and to it is strapped an extremely maneuverable glide vehicle, as we can see in the front. On the right is a conceptual figure of possibly the French VMAX program, and as we can see, it is visibly different because it uses a scramjet engine to accelerate the missile inside the Earth's atmosphere. At present, as we can see, the configuration is such that both weapons are being carried on top of ballistic weapons, ballistic boosters actually. Whether they are being launched from ground or in the air, they will be using the initial boosters, which are practically ballistics. But when compared with their traditional ballistic vehicles, they have some very, very characteristic standout features. And their main standout features are a very high degree of maneuverability. So they can continue to change course when they are getting detected. They have a very novel trajectory, which stays well below the azimuth of the radar. And they can complicate these two things put together will complicate the detection process for any of the ballistic missile defense systems. This makes these weapons unpredictable. The entire flight path cannot be predicted. It cannot be calculated like the ICBMs or the IRBMs. And so it becomes very difficult to predict where will be the intended target till it really lands on top of the target. So these features are actually the standout features that make the hypersonic weapon so different from all others. And these features are there in the BGVs, and they're there also in the HCVs. Now, the weapon characteristics that we've just discussed, I just put them together in a hypothetical mission profile, as we can see here. There are two weapons here. Both are getting launched by the ballistic boosters. And the boost cloud, we take the first case, the boost light weapon. It will reach the edge of the atmosphere, the BGVs. It will reach the edge of the atmosphere and then re-enter on gravity assist maneuver, accelerate under that gravity to reach hypersonic speeds. And well before the radar detection, it will be in complete hypersonic mode. At this point, it will leave the adversary practically no room to put up a formidable response. The hypersonic cruise vehicle tends to separate slightly earlier, between 60, 30, or 80 kilometers of altitude. And the separation will then, it's going to start accelerating on scramjet engines. And those scramjet engines will keep on maneuvering the vehicle, making the flight path unpredictable, even if the radar is able to detect that. And then they enter the terminal phase with equal lethality and, of course, unpredictability. Now, to build these hypersonic weapons, the concept is very simple. I took this picture from one of my own lectures. To build the hypersonic weapon, the idea is to take the booster stage of any available ICBM or IRBM, and we remove the warhead stage, and we replace that warhead stage with a hypersonic vehicle, and we integrate this vehicle to the basic booster, the zero stage. And then we place the warhead inside the hypersonic vehicle, the nose compartment. And then it's going to be launched on what is called as a double impulse trajectory. So the black part indicates the launch phase, where the burnout will throw away the booster part, which is the red portion, and only the hypersonic vehicle will enter the blue portion of the trajectory, this portion. And from this re-entry point, it's going to make a re-entry down to the target, which is actually predefined and pre-fed into the system. Now, what we have seen here is briefly the technological aspects of the hypersonic weapons. The next question was, who are the major players? We will define the three levels on the basis of the technology. At the core lies the technology leaders, which now includes China and Russia, that have developed and also fielded their hypersonic weapons. The US, another technology leader, is still a few years from developing and then deploying the hypersonic systems in national defense. The second layer consists of India, Japan, France, and Germany. And these are actually those countries that have already made considerable advancements and will be able to demonstrate their hypersonic weapons technology in a few years' time. And finally, we have a group of countries which have already conducted foundational level research on hypersonic weapons, and they are now underway, and the work is actually underway in a very sustained manner. And this can be seen from the publications and the patents that are coming out from these countries. Okay, so if you put this together, let's look at the inventory of the in-service hypersonic weapons that are presently fielded both by Russia and China. Russia has fielded three classes of weapons, and China too. The avant-garde, of course, is the MIRV and has the hypersonic cruise guard system. Then we have the hypersonic cruise missile Zircon, which is the only HCV at the moment fielded in the world. And China's DF-17 is based on an IRBM. And the WU-14 I have highlighted is possibly the orbital HCV that just completed the mission in this July and may in time see it's getting into the service. Additionally, there's also an array of upcoming hypersonic programs. And as we can see, as we discussed also, we have 5 programs in US systems which are actually underway. And ARRW is probably one of the programs which is really making big time headways. On the China side, we have the DF-41 with the DF-CF integration, which is almost in the advanced stages. And India's BrahMos 2 is a worthwhile program because that program is actually reached a very advanced level of completion. Okay, given the possibility of a tilt in strategic balance in favor of China and Russia, the US Department of Defense has recently accepted requests for additional funding to accelerate the development of hypersonic weapons for the conventional prompt and global strike program. For weapons that are envisaged to attack priority targets with improved accuracy, and they should remain undefeated by adversaries' missile defense systems. Additionally, to counter the already fielded hypersonic weapons, there is research likely to get funded into developing the counter hypersonic weapons technology so that the threat posed already by the fielded weapons can be neutralized both for the BGMs as well as the HCVs. We take a look now at the concept of operations of deployment of hypersonic weapons. And I'm going to create this concept CONOPS now. Okay, so the CONOPS starts, we have 2 primary CONOPS. The CONOPS 1 is when we have the surface launched hypersonic weapons, and the CONOPS 2 is an air launched hypersonic weapon aboard a strategic bomber. The operation should take place actually in 3 phases. The pre-strike phase will involve detection. It will identify, map, and localize the position and the timing of the target using the optical and navigational data from satellites, which will be fused with air surveillance data. This will make it very, very accurate. In the launch phase, it will commence with the uploading of the target data to the weapons, and then subsequent launch atop the ICBM or a strategic booster. Stage separation will take place, and it will dart the hypersonic vehicle into the space domain. And a mid-course correction will be applied to make the target very, very precise. The gravity-assist re-entry initiates the strike phase, and the hypersonic engine then takes over. And the end course corrections are applied to refine the alignment with the target. The vehicle performs evasive maneuvers where required, and they are doing it at hypersonic speeds before impacting a pre-designated moving or stationary target both. In the current scenario, if you look at this picture, at a global level, the CONOPS can be applied in 2 possible major theaters: the Pacific and the North Atlantic Western European regions. But given the vastly strategic advantage offered by Pacific Ocean, we take a look at a hypersonic operations scenario in the Pacific Ocean. To create this scenario, we consider, let's say, two belligerents, one to the east, shown in the red, the other to the west, shown in blue. For the east side, the launch will be in the eastern direction, further into the eastern direction, towards the western adversary. Since the east side enjoys the advantage of the Earth's rotation, disadvantage, the Earth's rotation, therefore, the hypersonic weapon will be launched into what is called as a posigrade orbit. And the posigrade orbit implies that this weapon will require smaller engines. It's a very, very big advantage. It's a smaller rocket booster. It can also follow what is called as a depressed trajectory, making it very difficult for the enemy radars to detect. So it will have a very low detectability. But this target will be moving away as this hypersonic vehicle is flying. So it will have the disadvantage of a longer time of flight towards the target, giving more response time to the adversary. Okay, now on the other hand, we take the case of the western adversary, which will be launching towards the east side. And this launch will be further west from their perspective, it will be a launch further westward. So this launch to the west would mean that they are launching into the rotation of Earth. They are going to go into the rotation of Earth. This would be a retrograde launch. And retrograde launches mean bigger engines. And that's a big limiting factor. And possibly, they will also have to get assisted by air launches if they want to size the engines. Moreover, to accrue maximum advantage of the Earth's rotation, the hypersonic weapon will have to be launched on a lofted trajectory. So we're going to go really, really high, or possibly as high as about 800 kilometers into the orbit. And this will give them the advantage that the target will move closer to them, but it will possibly expose them to the radar detectability, thereby giving the enemy the advantage of a shorter time of flight, but exposing them to possible detectability. These two varying CONOPS mission profiles point towards one very important ability of hypersonic weapons. They can survive and strike under varying trajectories. It is, however, obvious that in a scenario of this kind, the adversary to the east stands to leverage greater advantage as compared to the one on the west side. In the same context, we can take a look at the South Asian theater, where the nuclear-armed neighbors have been maintaining a strategic balance up till now, and despite all the border regions. Right, so, but three technologies are going to make a big impact in this region. The first is the BrahMos 2, which is the hypersonic BGM program, the ICBM Agni MIRV program, and the STGV program that are going to make this area go into a new kind of a arms race. For this limited regional scenario, my team of researchers has mathematically modeled a possible mission scenario for this place. And this mission has been carried out on multiple trajectories of the available weapons. And they have extracted a possible trajectory which can be seen in the green color on the mathematical side, and then converted into the yellow trajectory, which shows the boost phase, the stage separation, hypersonic glide, unpowered descent, and terminal maneuvers. The important thing is this trajectory is going to be less than about 500 nautical miles and will require the weapon to reach only 30 kilometers as opposed to going 110 or 120 kilometers that is usually the case in other weapons scenarios. For this, what we see here, the scenario is one you can imagine is very destabilizing in itself. For a region which has already been declared a nuclear flashpoint for the nuclear crisis group, Pakistan must therefore use all its possible efforts, both diplomatic and political channels, to pressurize India in preventing the acquisition of the hypersonic weapons technology. Of course, this is coming to Russian support. Now, either bilaterally or multilateral, the strategic restraint regime may also have to be redefined. And this time, it should also include specific restraints on hypersonic weapons, including the MIRVs and ICBMs. Before I conclude, I'm going to make a final assessment of the strategic stability issues at the global scale. As one can see, the hypersonic weapons have the potential to shift the stability paradigm to a new equilibrium point, leading to possibly an unabated arms race. From the US perspective, they would like to have China part of the New START treaty. However, from China's perspective, it is more important to stay well below the START threshold and stay out of the treaty. Even as US and Russia have agreed and entered into a 5-year extension of this new treaty, this problem is continuing. My thoughts on this is that, and I've seen this thing also with other think tanks, that there's a strong belief that BCC may either have to be replaced, or maybe in addition to BCC, which is the Bilateral Consultative Commission, we need to have a multilateral consultative commission which comprises all the global powers that are involved in ballistic technologies and use them to make a new and comprehensive START treaty that encompasses all the nations. This would have a ballistic weapon that has a new threshold. The previous one starts at over 1,000. This could have as low as even less than 300 warheads. It should include platforms which are even less than 25% ballistic, because the previous one addresses only those which are mainly ballistic, or 50% or more ballistic. It should include weapons that can both fly on simultaneously on aerodynamic trajectories as well as on the ballistic trajectory. The previous START or the new START treaty addresses both separately, and here we have weapons which are doing the two things together in one package. So, and the last thing is, it should include all major regional powers that should become part of the START program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ernst. We are really grateful for this informative and quite elaborate research and presentation shared with our students, because being a student of international relations, although we study theory and all these formats where strategic studies become alive, but knowing or having the technical knowledge is crucial for our students as well. So thank you so much. We are really grateful. So moving on to our third panelist for this session. We have Dr. Mehreen Afzal with us. Dr. Mehreen Afzal did her PhD in Information Security from National University of Science and Technology and has nearly 22 years of working experience in academia and strategic domains. She has contributed in many national level projects of cybersecurity and cryptology. She has been awarded with National Award Pride of Performance in 2013. Presently, she is the chair of the Department of Cybersecurity at Yale University, Islamabad. We welcome you, ma'am, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak on this platform. First of all, I would say that the question before me is a very straightforward one, that what is the role of information security in national security policy making and its threats perception. So I think its answer is very clear and everyone knows that its role is very important. And on this, I think we can wind up our discussion. But I will not do this. I will take some of your time to convince you that why is it important. And for that, I will go through some concepts. And with these concepts, I would like to build that why I want to convince you that this is important. The two definitions, the two concepts which I want to give are about, first is about the understanding of threat to information. So before going to understand the role of including information security in the national security policy, we have to understand what is the threat to information. And then the second important concept is the national security policy, what is its importance. So with these two concepts, I will conclude that yes, its role is important. So first of all, I would like to explain what are the threats to information. For a very simplistic understanding, there are just two threats to information, and these are espionage and sabotage. I would like to explain these two terms. The espionage, an act of spying or stealing information, has been known since ancient times. We all know this term, and we all know that spying and espionage has played a very, very important role in sometimes defeating a nation, or sometimes in conquering a nation. And this from not from today, but from prehistoric time and to modern era, espionage has great impacts on nation, not only in peace but also in wartime. Whereas sabotage means a deliberate action aimed at weakening a target through subversion, obstruction, disruption, or destruction. Well, now these two, understanding these two threats, we now understand that basically there are just these threats to information, that information can be stolen, information can be modified, or information can be made unavailable. These three concepts are important because these three then form the triad of cybersecurity, that is CI, which is very well known, CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. That basically, when we talk about information, we want it to be confidential, we want its integrity, and we want it available at the time when it is required. So basically, now we understand that these three are threats, these two are threats to our information. Next concept, as I said, is about national security. First of all, when we say term national security, it encompasses many areas. Like, for example, for some of us, security of energy sector may be very important, which might include an uninterrupted supply of energy. And for some of us, and especially after going through this COVID area, this healthcare sector must be the security of healthcare sector is very important. And as you can see from this figure as well, which I have picked from one of the researches, which explain that national security include many divergent areas. You can very well see that a national security will have many divergent goals. And from here we see that information security is one of them. But I believe that information is basically contained in every other sector. So if we are talking about military security, information is part of it as well. If we are talking about social political security, information is part of it as well. So if we are trying to protect these sectors, the information will be part of it. So information security, in my sense, cannot be seen in isolation. It is part of every other sector. Now, to understand cyber threat, we know that to understand cyber threat, we need to understand cyberspace. Today, cyberspace includes every electronic device around us. It can be as simple as a mobile in your hands, in your pocket, or a digital watch on your wrist, or it can be network of your office, or it can be very critical national infrastructure network or industrial network. So starting from the very simple device, from IoTs of your household use to devices and industrial control systems of your critical infrastructure, we see cyberspace. These all are included in cyberspace. And we can see that information is contained everywhere, but whether it is your mobile or whether it is industrial network. So wherever information is placed, and if this information is of importance to your adversary, it means that it can be a target as well. So wherever information lies, cyber threat is there. Then related to cyber threat, I found these words very interesting, because while some people believe that securing data is an individual's responsibility,
But basically, since information security is closely related with authority and power, therefore, it can be concluded that only state can give security against cyber threats as well. The first step towards providing security to information in information assets is including it in national security policy and to define national cybersecurity policy. So now I have come up with the concepts. The first, what is information? What is the threat to information? What is our cyberspace? And what is our national security policy? With these concepts, I think we can very well conclude that cybersecurity policy or national security policy cannot be complete without information security or without the parameters of information security. So we must be very happy to know that today we are living in times where first cybersecurity policy in Pakistan has been passed. And in August 2021, we had our first cybersecurity policy, which has very rightly identified that threats to information is affecting the integrity and the civil rights protection, which are otherwise guaranteed by the state. Level playing field, transparency, and the socio-economic equilibrium by posing security and financial risk. Today, it is well said that there is no national security without economic security. So, and when our cybersecurity policy also identify that economy is tightly connected with the information security. If your information is not secure, your economy cannot be secure. So, and if there is no economy, security of economy, there is no national security. So, with this, I think I have enough said to convince my participants that national security policy is all about security of people in different aspects. Information is one of the most important asset of everyone and is contained in every electronic device around us. In this world, which is digitally connected, the place of information security in national security policy is vital. So with this, I thank you all of you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mary, and your useful insights are really appreciated. So we would have a round of questions and answers. So the participants who wants to raise a question, kindly come forward to the mics and introduce yourself and kindly clearly direct your question towards the panelists you want to ask questions from.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Osman, University. Actually, my question is a little bit related to the IR. The thing is that how the China will use the hypersonic weapons to increase their influence in the developing countries. Similarly, the way they are using the satellite technology in the African region or other developing countries. Thank you.
There will be a time when we have all the countries, there are allies, they have been supporting them throughout the process. We know it's supported by much time, but at least for the next 10 years, it's not going to be good. The reason is because the field is still open. The primary powers have not completed the equilibrium. That's not policy power equilibrium. As long as there is an imbalance of force that favors the one that holds it now, for as long as it holds it. I would so that
Hamzum. I am a student of PSIF. I have a school of Convene.
Ma'am, I wanted to know your thoughts about what extent do you think artificial intelligence endanger nuclear deterrence? Endanger nuclear deterrence.
Yes, we can say that artificial intelligence is now a new threat to our every type of security, because artificial intelligence is not only being used for positive way but also for the negative side, because now all type of attacks are becoming very orchestrated and very they are now basically we say that now we are not facing people, we are facing machines, and machines are very accurate. So yes, like the threat to any other asset, artificial intelligence is a threat to this as well. But on the other side, artificial intelligence is there for defense as well. So it's both sides there. So I think this is we who want to use it in what way and how strongly we can develop our potential in it to defend or to make things better.
Hello. Yes, my name is Shayan. I'm a master's student of strategic studies at your university. So I have a question for both panelists. It's sort of about technology in general. So in terms of hypersonic missiles, more so, but overall for technology, that there's a lack of international consensus at the moment for all these technologies. So it's a very dangerous scenario at the moment, obviously, because certain states say that they're, like AI is for good, for a good purpose, while others disagree. So what roles what can we do, or what can the international system do? Could they come together and sort of address these problems, or do you think it's a bit unrealistic?
For example, morning I was discussing with one team member that the start treaty was voted in 1980. Then it was modified in 1991. It never really ever thought of having weapons that would do both things. So they defined the ballistic, for example. Then in the new start treaty, they redefined it with the cruise missile. And they said that it's going to start with the 15th of December 2004, and making sure that the power hospital is not included. So at that time, that was the big ballistic plan. So most of the time, there will be this system that will be attained behind the technology. More so in terms of those things and my proposal here was creating this C-star to exactly this thing. That we know this reality is there. It just started to emerge. And before it becomes a very uncontrollable thing, and the whole world is in dark with a new mad race and unabated arms race, better all get make this better. And we redraft this to the part of all the other systems there. But it still has to follow.
On your question, because cyber, when you talk about the cyber warfare, it is said that cyber war is very different from the conventional war because it has no boundaries, and then it has no end. Otherwise, every other war has an end. Cyber war is a continuous phenomenon. So basically, and it is not so far. Honestly, it is very far from any regulations, any boundaries, or anything like this. And although some nations try to even include the United Nations to make some regulations about the cyber world as well, but so far it is unrealistic, and there is a very a war going on in the power one is
should I say, is confident.
Thank you so much for those presentations. Dr. Saroj, my question is, you talked about preemptive and I understand this is that one of the points that you talked about, it caught my attention. You talked about the strain on the sharing of technology. Considering the fact that Pakistan, one of the members of this, Pakistan is not a partner to this, or is not a member of the NCC. What do you think is the possible way that this could happen, if there is a possibility?
Is a black hole. That black hole is about defining technology. Talks about technology, but it does not define anything. My proposal is just like we have to start first define what a ballistic weapon is, to define what a hypersonic weapon is, and then setting the cruise weapon or what a layer is DNA. Similarly, SRR, we have to start by first redefining these weapons and then establishing what are the weapons on which constraints have to be applied by definition. By naming those weapons, they become just obsolete after a few years. 10 years down the line, those weapons are all gone. So the SRR will be obsolete. Instead of that, making it a generic defined document makes it very applicable throughout a very long temporal domain. And that's what we supposed to do. Unless we don't make it that way, we will be just running after numbers of figures or names. That's what we're not supposed to do. India, for example, we want them to have straight on the technology transfer of their three programs that you mentioned. We will have to not name them as almost stop. It's any program that has to do with hypersonic, conventional or non-conventional use. Now, whether that is going to be part of NCCR or is not part of the NCCR, it's a bilateral agreement. So has to be supported that and has to be defined between. You still have to take funding. Otherwise, this enter. So one will keep on and then we follow and then we can go on and then they can follow it. So we want to get the most important thing in the world and this is a human resource on the field. So my point is that just get back to basic definition, define and demonstrate.
My name is Sunita and I'm from the University of the question is the part of becoming technological. It is expected to use, but it is an ally of use only. The vital point is Japan to lead in heaven on earth or destruction.
Not strictly the means, but it's because anyone who becomes a strong owner has to have their own allies and their adversaries. And trade is also a combination of allies and adversaries. When you talk about, for example, the robotics, very mentioning, they are actually one of the pioneers in building of AI. Of course, there are other new players who come in, like the last mile robot is one of those best examples. They came up with the last mile robot, and now we have so many AMRs and ACARs and APs all doing the job in the factories, and they're all coming from and before that they were coming from Kentucky. So this thing will keep on shifting, and competition will always be there. But on a strategic level, for example, the protection of the island of Japan is concerned, the strategic alliance remains intact. Now, Korea fires an ICBM overhead Japan, it's responsibility of the system. But as far as the trade competition is concerned, it's an open game because of the
Okay. Dr. Adil, thank you. So, you raised this issue of strategic state regime. I know some of my colleagues must be smiling behind their mask because they have been dealing with this concept. The strategic state regime that we offer to India was in a different context, convention of nuclear presence and conflict. So that was given in a different context. Now that we see India-US mutual cooperation, strategic cooperation, India is moving on a very different trajectory. What incentive India will have to engage in strategic regime with Pakistan, knowingly that it has access to all the technology? It doesn't have to be with Pakistan. So how are you going to encourage India to sit with Pakistan to talk about comprehensive strategic regime? For now, they don't have. For now, we don't know any character. Actually, that's why very new that we have to use basic policy. We have to redefine it. We just have to convince them, let's redefine it because we don't have incentives to operate. In this aspect, even our closest allies will not disappoint us because there's a huge trade balance, that imbalance that is between that India versus them and us. We need to be the partner, but they are a trade partner for our closest allies. So as a result, we really don't have anything. But yes, what we can do is we can start the talk, start this topic, and please make the definition level function. That is the giving document. So if all we are in a position to make some kind of concessions for them, there is some groundwork to be done. Well, the groundwork is over 20 years, and this is very often by this fact. And it does not include all these things that we talk about. And therefore, let's just bring it to version 2.1. Let's just bring it up to version 2.1 and leaving it there for the time being.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have a couple more questions because we are already pressed on time. We have to convene the next session as well. So these two questions. My name is Nizam Please and I'm from UMT Salford. My question is from Dr. Ali Saroj. Can we at least utilize integrated air defense systems to minimize the threat of hypersonic systems?
Far below, far above, below what the mean. So I would just mention the way you can find out where the weapon is from. These weapons from the maneuvering that we have, you will find that, and they will also take the last hypersonic part. They will be collaboratively, collaboratively talk to each other and decide which weapon goes where. So here the weapons and all. That's the big advantage.
My question for you, as you proceed that AI is a danger to the government and it has as you can see, AI can be counted by AI. So can you please pick up like what I do? From the already explained that basically AI is basically an enabling technology. This can be used for any from medicine to or in any field. Cybersecurity is one of them. And when we talk about cyber attacks or cyber defense, in both sides AI can be used, and is very effectively being used already. When we very good examples are the malicious formation, because when we if we are forming some malicious content,
it is identified by some of your antivirus or some of your intrusion detection systems. But when it is very rapidly being changed or modified by some artificial intelligence knowledge, then that type of malicious content is sometimes evaded by the antivirus system. But on the other hand, antivirus systems are also using AI to identify or to classify these type of viruses. So this is what I meant, that this enabling technology is being used on both sides, both for attack and defense. Basically, cyber warfare is all about this cat and mouse race. Sometimes attackers win, sometimes defenders win. So this war is on, and we are having technologies with us, and we are having people with us who are playing with these technologies to play this war. Please make it brief.
I wanted to ask if Pakistan AI development would it be a positive impact on the region, and how would it help in the development of the region, and how US would have integrated by the Pakistan has great potential for not only for AI, but also for cyber. Because where we lack is not something where the knowledge or some techniques are required. Basically, most of the time we are contained by the economic things. But to develop programs and to make a smart program is a brain's work. And we have, mashallah, many brilliant people with us and young people with us. And I hope that Pakistan has great potential for AI to go forward. Thank you so much, participants and panelists. I really feel privileged to moderate this panel because I can sense the tendencies for equipping the students, the tendency in students of international relations for equipping themselves with the technical knowledge, which is crucial and simultaneously very encouraging for us. So thank you so much, and I would now request Dr. Ghulam Mujaddid, Assistant Professor, Department of Aerospace Science and Strategic Studies, to please come on the stage for the shield distribution ceremony to our panel. Dr. Ali Saroj. Dr. Mehreen Aslam. May I please request Mrs. Aisha Malik to present our speakers list? Thank you. This concludes our third panel.
I would request all participants to please be seated as we wish to present an honorary shield to our guest from University of Management, Sialkot. And I would request Dean Dr. Adil Sultan to come on stage and present the shield to University of Sialkot. University of Management and Technology, Sialkot. My apologies. Please come on the stage.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm Anna Tahir, a student of BS first semester at the Department of International Relations. We will now begin our fourth and final panel for today entitled New Perspectives on National Security Concepts and Policy Making. May I request our panel chair, Professor Dr. Zafrullah Qureshi, to please join us on stage. Dr. Zafarullah Qureshi has a BSc Honours degree in Nuclear Engineering from the Queen Mary College, University of London, and MS in Nuclear Engineering from the University of Wisconsin, US, and a PhD in Nuclear Engineering from the University of Cambridge. He is a professor at Yale University, has contributed as Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, and is currently the Dean of Graduate Studies at Yale University. He has also served at the Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, the Dr. A.Q. Han Research Laboratory, and the National University of Sciences and Technology. He has published in Annals of Nuclear Energy, Progress in Nuclear Energy, Nuclear Technology, and Radiation Protection, the ASME Journal of Nuclear Engineering and Radiation Sciences, and in several other leading international journals. Dr. Qureshi has been track chair at the International Conference on Nuclear Energy Engineering held in the USA, China, and Japan, and has presented his research at the American Nuclear Society annual meeting. He is member of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, ASME, Professional Engineer Pakistan Engineering Council, and Life Member Pakistan Nuclear Society. He has also received commendations for being reviewer of prestigious journals. Professor Zafar Qureshi is an associate editor of the ASME Journal of Nuclear Engineering and Radiation Science. He is also the author of a textbook titled Nuclear Engineering, Mathematical Modeling and Simulation published by Elsevier Publishers available online. I would now request our panelists for this session, Mr. Faraz Haider, Ms. Tahama Asad, and Muhammad Bilal to please join us on stage. Everyone, please maintain the silence. May I please request Dr. Zafarullah Qureshi to present our speakers with shield.
Okay, so let us begin panel 4 today. The topic is new perspectives on national security concepts and policy. And the best part of it is that we have our two graduate students, and I'll introduce Mr. Faraj Hazard, our first panelist. Mr. Faraj Hazard graduated with a BA in Sciences and Bachelor's of Business Economics from Cambridge University, Australia. Currently, he is working as a web contact editor in the National Strategic Studies at the Department of Aerospace and Strategic Studies for the. Over his academic career, he has taken part in leading conferences at all three government legal professions. Additionally, he has completed the Nuclear South Asia course from the Stimson Center. He has taken part in policy exercises listed in current affairs radio show and received the final year Grand Challenge Prize at Cambridge University for his policy design studies. He has also worked as a student council representative and studies teacher for national students for policy compliance officer for anti-money laundering and counter-terror. His publications include multiple research and specific websites for future, a London-based analysis platform with the topics representative of his research include human, national, and security, and the focus on counter-terrorism. I welcome you, Mr. Faraj.
Welcome, everyone. So I'd like to start by thanking the University Department of DAS and its team, and also congratulating them on starting this inaugural conference to begin with, and then executing it so well. Now, a lot of the panelists have covered what national security is in very different angles, and I'll try to stay away from just giving a brief overview. I'll be focusing on the role of state and non-state actors or institutions which shape Pakistan's national security outlook. However, that will be the first half of my talk, and then I'll try to focus on the different actors and driving forces while relying on the theoretical lens of the Copenhagen School, the different sectors that drive our national security. And there's about 5 sectors. I'll be going into 3 of them as they are the most impactful or applicable in Pakistan's case. This is according to my view. However, starting with national security on itself, it's a amorphous and dynamic concept, and it's also a challenge to characterize it. Even in today's conference, a lot has been covered, but a lot gets left out. It's a big topic. So, and the panelists performing, they've covered a great deal and very excellently, I might say. So, to preface my talk, I'll just say this: that national security in general can be anything that impacts our national power, whether it's economics, anything that impacts the state's capability or its power can be included in the national security outlook. But that raises the question: what are the things that get added to the national security outlook or the national security matrix, however we want to call it? And in order to explain this, I'll be relying on, as I said, Copenhagen School, as I've learned from faculty being from the Department of Aerospace Sciences, Strategic Studies, anything without having a theoretical lens and that substance, I'll be using the Copenhagen School to help me with that. Okay, so in relation to that then, anything that does become a part of our national security, whether in Pakistan or speaking as well, goes through the process of securitization. It needs to be considered as a matter for national security. In that process of securitization, it means to present something as an existential threat that puts the very existence of the nation state in question. And that becomes part of the national security. With that preface, let's go into the role of the state. I won't spend much time here though, because I believe that the non-state actors are more important, so I'll just go over this briefly. Defining national security is a speech act, right? And relying on Copenhagen School. And this is, for the most part, and for the definitive part, executed by state actors. Non-state actors do play a role in pushing, in creating a push force or momentum, but only the state at the end of the day can make it a security threat or can add it to the national security outlook. It's only the state can stamp something to be a definitive component of our national security. And because it holds the monopoly on power, on resources, and it's only capable of organism that can first define and then execute a strategy in relation to national security. And as I said, also actors create pushbacks, they create push forces, if that's the right term, or they create momentum that then makes the state actors step into motion and add something to the national security outlook. Now, for some context, and again, the panelists have covered this, just for some context, since the longest time from our independence, our national security has been a very traditional state-centric one, with the biggest part being played by the military sector, which I'll go into later as well. It's been the biggest driving force for creating and defining what our national security is, and then subsequently acting on that. And they justified the reasons for that. We needed them. We required that national security outlook for us to protect ourselves from a neighborly state that did put our, or could put our existence as a nation state in question. However, it created a robbing Peter to take all kind of situation where essential and crucial components of our national security got overlooked, and we're facing the detriment of that now. So that's it for the states part. Next, we have the role of non-state actors, institutions, which one have been neglected when they play their part rather than damaging, and those that can play a better part, they've been neglected and haven't been utilized as they could have. There's a plethora of these national institutions, and I'll be focusing on two of the main ones, which in my opinion have the biggest impact factor, that being the media, which has that damaging sort of role, in my view. And the next is larger sector, larger institutions of academics, university partners, think tanks, or individual academics on their portfolio big enough to impact national security just in their own capacity. I'll start with the media. Again, as the panelists mentioned before, it's able to shape and play public perception about certain topics, which then creates pressures or momentum for things to be securitized by state actors and also institutions. We see our politicians and government being very focused on what the media says about them, how they get coverage. So it does play a very big role, and they sort of play into the media tactics of sensationalization where more substantive things get overlooked. And especially in Pakistan, our media is prone to acting more like a kid that wants that instant gratification, creating and shoving content that's easy to sell, instead of narrative and sort of views that should be sold. So it lacks that investigative and research-dominated journalism that we need in creating Pakistan's national security outlook. We've seen its role in shaping perceptions by focusing on who says what against who in the game of government versus opposition, as opposed to maybe focusing on how a crumbling or a very low GDP per capita, or the direct threats that we face from climate change, directly or even indirectly. So there isn't focus on that, but there's focus on the big thing. And then that creates a narrative. That's what the public sees day in and day out in different reports and talk shows, or even social media posts. So it's playing its role in creating a perception about security, which doesn't really focus on things that have more of a role or have more of an impact factor for our national security. While it holds the potential to be a big game changer in creating this view or adding things to the national security outlook, it falls short and plays into sort of a sensationalization factor. Next, I'll go into the academic, right? Or one more thing. In the media sector, we also have social media, and everyone here would agree that given its deregulated nature, it's made more mentality and the role of individual actors a lot more prevalent in shaping that security. What gets tweeted ends up being looked at by even politicians, the prime minister himself, which say different cabinet members do that. So what goes on Twitter sort of plays a big part in creating this outlook, and then that's not really a good thing. With things sensitive, with something as sensitive as the national security, it cannot have that sort of deregulated free hand, or having anyone able to shape that. So media, then in that sense, while having the potential to shape the national security outlook in a very great way by shedding light on things that get overlooked by the government or by the state, it hasn't lived up to the responsibilities that it has to Pakistan. Next, my focus will be on the institution of the, which includes think tanks, university departments, and as I said before, individual academics as well. Now they have create a discourse to engagement such as these conferences or other numerous ones that happen in Islamabad around the year. They, they engage intelligentsia, government officials, and as a result, they become part of the cultivation process. But still, a lot of focus, as we would see from the different centers, that think tanks is very geostrategic focus on India, on China, on the US, how these threats will impact us. And yes, they will. But out of 200 of them, we don't need 180 talking about that. There needs to be some kind of proportion. But the point being that they have played a role, but they've lacked in certain areas. There's been disproportionate representation there. But going into the importance that they do have high importance. And this stems from the fact that the state has a big responsibility. They need to run the state. They don't have the ability to go and look into everything. And that's where the role is, to shed light where the state cannot, where the cabinet cannot focus on, or the political advisors, or the national security advisors, where they're too committed. That's where the academics can play the role of engaging with them. And we've seen that in these couple of years with the NSA and Wade Yusuf being very active in this part. But again, that's a very recent thing. So again, the important thing, the Islamabad security dialogue, we saw light being given to human security, economic security, and that's the real role that academics need to do. The state is capable enough, state actors capable enough to the threat, especially with the performance of our military. We don't need academics, we don't need the ones that actors focusing on traditional threats. There's enough discourse for that by the state actors. We can also observe the importance of the impact of the academic institution in general by the event led by the Atlantic Council, where National Security Advisor was very active there. He stated non-traditional threats such as food security. Who would have thought food security was important, right? But we made it. It's part of the large part of the population. When he mentioned food security being part of our National Security Act, now ask yourself, if he weren't an academic himself, or if he wasn't giving this attention to think tanks, would something like food security have been made part of our national security outlook and directly stated as a speech after securitization on an international forum? That wouldn't have happened if he had been some other profession, but being an academic and research professional themselves, who had a portfolio, you can see why or how giving this voice to the academic sector helps in shaping Pakistan national security outlook by broadening what to go in there. Okay, next. All right, so yeah, we have the economic sector. So that was it for the state actors and non-state actors. Next, as I said, I'll be using the Copenhagen School to sort of see what drives our national security. And the Copenhagen School says that we have a certain amount of sectors: military, political, economic, social, and environmental. I'll be going over three because the social and political have a lot of issues and have dealt. I mean, even environmental and the economic sector have had troubles in getting that important. So I'll be sticking to the three: military, economic, and environmental. Now, in these, first comes the military sector, which has been covered to a great deal. But I just want to say this, that the military sector is a non-state institution in and of itself, and it's very capable of focusing on traditional threats to the state, and then it helps to add those things in the national security, and then as a state actor, it helps act according to a strategy to protect that element of security. But given the disproportionate representation that has gotten in Pakistan, even though that's viable, I do need to say that from my ground. Even though it's justifiable, it has brought us to detriment at this stage where we are sort of too late in the economic shift that we see. Okay. The next most important one, which has been getting a lot of light and importance in the Afghan government specifically, is the economic sector, and it's sort of linked to everything. Everything needs money, and Joseph Hitler, I'm saying that name properly. The speaker from Germany highlighted this brilliantly. If you don't have that economic base, no one will really want to talk to us. It doesn't matter whether our narrative is telling us clear, whether the elements in our national security are valid, unless we can give someone the economic sector. And that gives the sector the importance of shaping our national security act, but it hasn't been given its due credit for a very long time. On its own, though, the economy gets securitized, not indirectly, that's different thing. But the economy in Pakistan gets securitized when the population survival becomes a problem, and that becomes a question. Or when it gets to a point where it ceases to be a driver for national power, as we know economics to be, but instead acts as a noose that then chokes on national power, which creates situations where our state institutions are held hostage by non-state international institutions. And that sounds awfully familiar to Pakistan, especially in the last few months. Having an institution outside of your territory dictate to you how to make policy, how to do what with your bank, so you're set to that's a matter of concern. That's not a normal thing. You're not supposed to be stripped of that economy, especially trying to undo it. We can also see the necessity and driving force of this sector by looking at how, I mean, I say that we've had a disproportionate representation of the military sector, but we do have a requirement of it. It needs to be given that 50% weightage, and it does need, I would say, military modernization given the actions being taken on our front. But it can't do that to the extent that it should, because that economic base feeding national power isn't there. Which, so from a traditional perspective, from the military side, I'd say, it also drives that importance as a sector that should be and hopefully will be in the future driving our national security. So these things, again, the negative impact on national power, and we've now seen the long overdue but still admirable geoeconomic shift, or as Ambassador Azad said, that's not a real shift per se, it's an added importance being given to that area. But it's important to note that this importance directly was given to the sector for ages, for many years, with the non-state institutions, and even local think tanks and university departments were saying that we do need this focus. But the state was reluctant to recognize it. And this goes back to that point. That's only really the state acting, the state institution that can say that, yes, this is an issue for national security, and then create plans or strategies to deal with it as such. That's what we call on the sector. The last sector is the environmental sector. This is perhaps the most neglected one. This is the one that no one really cares about or thinks. If you go to a university, the amount of theses, that's what the amount of dissertations you see, you don't focus on this unless it's a very specific niche university that I don't know of. Very few people would be talking about this, or very few people would be talking about this in the concept of national security. You can talk about agricultural yields, how that affects the economy, but no one, it's hard to see it being discussed as part of national security, and that's what I want to do here right now. It has a reality and role in being pressed by national security that even if they don't get recognized, they're real. It's happening in the background, it's happening behind you. Whether you want to look at it or not, it will happen. So, the threats in this sector, they shape our national security, climate, which is determined patterns being changed because global levels of temperature are rising. And then that creates threats both directly and indirectly. We know if it's threats more from the indirect method, it affects the economy and then affects the things that we can do and spend money on. But it has direct effect as well, which I can go into later in a Q&A because that's sort of the purpose of my thesis. But it's kind of like, if you want to imagine, it's like looking at a meteor coming at you and then choosing not to move. And also not trying to build some sort of armor. And we know what happened to the dinosaurs. It doesn't end well. And to put this into perspective, we can look at specifics. In 2019 alone, we had casualties from climate change and abuse, specifically the floods, which killed more people than terrorism led. The great scourge of the 21st century terrorism lost to climate change and a couple of degrees of warming. Which for me, when I went over that, it was surprising. Additionally, validated, verified, and scientific data from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change specifically highlights that the occurrence of such climate change-induced events will increase 4 times. So let's say if we had 2 floods in the last decade that killed, let's say, 500 people. Next time, if that warming happens, it'll be 4 times as much. Or the tragic event of the Jari sector, where we had the avalanche, which killed 129 military personnel and then 10, 15 civilians. when you have glacial melting happening in other areas, more so than in the South Pakistan, you'll see more of these avalanches. You'll see more chunks of ice falling where our troops could be. So then multiply 129 by 4. I'm in social science and my math is that good, but that's a lot of people. It's a direct threat that we shouldn't be affording. We shouldn't be just talking about, like, you know what, let's just move the unit to five. No, that's not how you work. But you need to make it a part of the national security so that every state institution can address it as well. Okay, so yeah, so the point was saying that, you know, how I didn't want the point to bring up the Gary said tragedy wasn't to make an anecdote, was to say that every state institution is affected by this. So no one can say that it doesn't affect us, we don't need to put in the effort to add this to the national security. Again, speaking of cost and looking at some data, the 2010 floods that happened in Pakistan cost us about $40 billion US. And then more generally speaking, as the World Bank reports in 2019, climate change as a whole costs us 6% of the GDP. We cry about in different talk shows or sitting with each other and we die. And you can see that, you know, we can't spend money on education or stuff like that. Well, if you had that 6%, you would be able to spend that money. The first in the environment sector are strengthening themselves and their contribution in defining the national security. And you know that contribution is increasing without being recognized. It's happening in your background. And in your background, I mean Pakistan background. In this sector, the role of state actors, as I've been alluding to, has been one of either neglect or ineffective. Whichever climate change policy or work by the Ministry of Climate Change has been done, seeing the equivalent of borderlands. And my aim here is not to be harsh, but to be real. We have had a climate change policy in 2010 and then subsequently later a couple of years ago, and then the Ministry of Climate Change has done a lot of work, but it's been an informational campaign restricted to this groundwater territory. That doesn't speak much of the entire country, and that doesn't say a lot about adding it as a real security, even though that it is. I mean, we've seen different academics, different policy speakers, even the Prime Minister himself say that Pakistan is among the most affected by these, but yet we don't see it being added as a force that is seen as an existential threat where every institution of the state gets mobilized to deal with it, or at least acknowledge it as a central component of national security outfit. These threats from the environmental sector are stressful themselves. And so what the government has done in dealing with it. But again, I do need to be fair, and that is my point is not to just criticize the government. They have done a lot, especially in the current tenure, current administration. A lot of work has been done. You can see a propensity to act in this area, and you see that through the security dialogue or other green label policies. But it is just that. It is a propensity, and nothing more. So I'll end with this. In order to save ourselves from the media that I use analogy, in order to save ourselves from being shot, the non-state actors, the academics, which don't have the responsibility of running the state, will be the ones who need to take up the load and create the push force and momentum to make the environmental sector a real existential threat that then the state actors, maybe people who want to be conferences or others have not, that then those state actors can add it as a central component of our national security and then act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So Faraj was talking on the role of state and not state institutions. Now our next panelist is Mr. Hama Asad, from me. Mr. Hama Asad is an MPhil scholar at the Department of Strategic Studies at National Defense University, Canada, with areas of interest in politics and South Asia, role of emerging technology and research. He has also presented a work at he has previously done research at ISPR, Pakistan, House, Pact. He has worked on a number of national and international issues and has prepared analysis papers of sectors related to security sector. He has published a research work with ISS national papers, South Asia, modern diplomacy, detailed report, and global defense.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. I am Tahama from Strategic Studies Department, National Defense University. Before I formally start my presentation, I would like to take a moment and express my gratitude towards AIM University for organizing this seminar and providing me the opportunity to interact with the leading academicians and policymakers for this forum. For the next 15 to 20 minutes, I will be giving a presentation on the implication of regional politics and Pakistan national security calculus. As we all know, that the geopolitical situation around Pakistan has rapidly changed over the past few years and will continue to change at a rapid rate. Most of the developments in the South Asian region, mainly Afghanistan and India, have created drastic effects on our security. Similarly, instability of several states in the Middle East and raging fires of sectarian and proxy civil wars present difficult choices for the country. It is not for the first time that Pakistan is facing effects of external conflict and Indian aggression. This time around, however, the security situation internally and externally appears to be relatively more complex than in the previous decades. In my presentation, I will be addressing the questions that how the regional geopolitical environment present dangers to the national security of Pakistan and what policy options can be adopted by Pakistan. With that, the aim of my presentation is to discuss and analyze the current geopolitical dynamics and its implications on Pakistan national security. The sequence of my presentation is as follows. Let me start by underlining the fact that the strategic concern of a state emerged from its geostrategic environment, which is based on two levels of analysis, regional and global. The first one is its geostrategic position and its relation with the regional state. Second, the international system and its relation with the major powers. Moving towards the global security environment, the international order is undergoing dynamic changes. After the end of Cold War, this is for the first time that US is being challenged by the rising China. There is a new great power competition for global supremacy, resources, strategic influence, along with the race to secure land routes and sea lanes of transportation. This competition has a defining feature of the international system. Political leaders like Modi and Trump have hijacked the world as unilateralism is being preferred over multilateralism, regionalism over globalization in post-Cold War era. Hypernationalism is on ascendance with the rise of xenophobia, Islamophobia, and populism. The avenues of waging a war extended massively. We must remain of the reality that surrounds us. The reality is that the world is post-truth world where truth rise every day amid a proliferation of misinformation, data distortion, half-truths, and manipulation. This slide identifies very briefly major objectives of three major great powers, US, China, and Russia, read as flash. Moving towards the South Asian geopolitical environment, South Asia retains an immense geopolitical importance. External powers engaged in the South Asian countries in their grand strategic interest. The changing global order has presented countries of South Asia with various challenges of different magnitude and strength. Pakistan holds a significant importance for the world powers due to its strategic position as it connects South Asia to Central Asia, the Arabian Sea, Gulf, and the West. In a globalized and interconnected world, we cannot isolate ourselves from the regional and global developments. Like every other country, Pakistan faces multiple challenges. 8 major challenges are identified as posing threats to Pakistan national security. That includes the great power competition between US and China, Indian hegemonic designs, the precarious peace situation in Afghanistan, the COVID pandemic, Iran's nuclear ambition, the political instability within the country, and the advent of modern technologies and our inability to defend such threats. In the spectrum of cognites, Pakistan-Indian-driven concerns are more prominent. The ongoing repression by India in the Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir is making things worse in the occupied territory. India's blatant colonization of Kashmir, marked by the introduction of new domicile laws and revocation of Article 317/35A, is not only defying international law but is similarly more dangerous. The Pakistan National Security Advisor, Noor Yusuf, said that
the BJP-led government in India is working on the fastest agenda. Pakistan has always wished for peace, but the Hindutva ideology always becomes a hurdle in achieving it. India's vows in Kashmir are not reducing. In fact, they have exaggerated due to seemingly endless confrontation between India and China. It's been also repeatedly discussed that India is planning another false flag operation against Pakistan to divert attention from its internal issues and failure of its external policy, especially after its embarrassment in the Galwan with China. This increases the likelihood of war between India and Pakistan. India has already made significant modification to its land warfare doctrine to accommodate the hybrid warfare. In that doctrine, India pledges cause unaffordable losses to the potential adversaries in a multi-front scenario, which includes non-contact domains of conflict, including cyber, space, and information. Pakistan neither has a expansionist design nor it poses a threat to any of its neighbors and endeavors to live in peace. However, the acquisition of destabilizing technologies through cooperation and indigenous efforts by India will disturb the delicate strategic balance in the region, making it more aggressive against small neighbors. This in turn will force Pakistan to invest considerable resources to invest in new technologies to maintain reasonable deterrence capability against Pakistan to safeguard its national interests. I have spoken about the complexities and tensions between Pakistan and India. Adding to this, the US partnership with India to restrain China's rising economic power and maritime strength. This has involved India in its hegemonic designs in South Asia. It has been acquiring state-of-the-art weapon system technology. The bulk of the Indian armed forces is Pakistan-specific deployed on Pakistan border. Pakistan does not wish nor do we want to get into an arms race. On extreme verbal threats, Pakistan has always safeguarded its national interests. US tried to play Indian role in Afghanistan as catalyst to always try to intensify the conflict between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Iran and Pakistan have had historical friendly relations. As two neighbors, there are some border issues as well as remnants of divergent policies pursued by two countries after the rise of Taliban in Afghanistan. There are vital economic linkages between the two countries. Although Pakistan does not import large quantities of Iranian oil, Pakistan is practicing a delicate balanced policy between its relation with Iran and Saudi Arabia. At the same time, Pakistan cannot afford to ignore its historically friendly relation with Iran, which is a neighbor. Prime Minister Imran Khan paid a visit to Iran in April last year to further strengthen bilateral economic and commercial relations as well as the border security. For a long time, border security has been a significant element in Iran-Pakistan ties. The Iran-Pakistan border region is infested with criminal gangs, militant networks, and drug traffickers. Likewise, the head of the Iranian separatist outfit, Jaish Umar Shah Joji, and his sons were killed in security raids in November 2020 in Khyber, Pakistan. The rising level of tension and violence in the regions crossed by this corridor, notably Kashmir, and even more so Balochistan, have already forced the Pakistani government to deploy over 8,000 security personnel to protect Chinese workers and the issue of security along the seafront. The signing of $400 billion China-Iran deal is expected to put Pakistan-Iran relations on a positive trajectory as the scale and scope of China's Belt and Road Initiative expands and expansion of the China-Iran strategic partnership ensuring Iran's connectivity role in the region. Iran's increasing trade towards China, which is expected to be catalyzed by the US unilateral revocation of JCPOA deal under Trump administration, while the Biden administration has shown its intent to renew the deal. However, so far, the situation seems to have not been moved past political statements from both the sides. In case the renewal of JCPOA is materialized, the China-Iran deal may continue to offer larger economic, strategic, and connectivity projects to Iran. The Taliban became the de facto rulers of Afghanistan on 15 August 2021 after the fall of Kabul. The swift political and fast-changing ground realities in Afghanistan threw up a lot of surprises and challenges for the people of Afghanistan. To preserve the country against a catastrophic future and to prevent the former government employees' vulnerabilities from getting manipulated to avoid an Afghan civil war, also to avoid the humanitarian crisis and to prevent Afghanistan from becoming a terror base. The most viable option available right now is to have a strict together with the Afghan-Taliban. As for Pakistan, peace in Afghanistan is critical for Pakistan to realize its vision of regional connectivity, economic integration, and security. Pakistan's security situation, especially in the bordering areas of North and South Waziristan, has visibly deteriorated since the Taliban took over. We are having 15 targeted killings in South Waziristan and 8 targeted attacks in the same period in the North Waziristan. Afghanistan's stability is the most desirable scenario for Pakistan. Like any other country, the national security imperatives are and shall remain the foremost for Pakistan. Pakistan may seek to be partner in peace, but the responsibility of ensuring peaceful Afghanistan lies on the bigger player. With the above analysis in mind, the Pakistan's strategic interests obviously revolve around peace and security. They include territorial integrity and sovereignty, maintain defensive nuclear capability, to convince India to seek a peaceful resolution of Kashmir, which we can reverse the illegal and unilateral decision and action since August 2019 in the Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir, to counter all the Indian proxies that pose potential and internal threat in the form of terrorism, militancy, and insurgency. Enemies always exploit internal failings, vulnerabilities, and India for decades has made connections with internal elements that had cultivated a narrative of reality. Currently, Pakistan is faced with not just traditional security challenges, but also the non-traditional challenges. Non-traditional ways to disturb the social cohesion and to break the will of a nation is the most lethal weapon. Adversaries have attempted several times to destabilize Pakistan socially, politically, and psychologically. Non-traditional challenges also include environmental hazards such as floods, rapidly melting glaciers, water scarcity, and the population growth. To achieve these objectives, Pakistan needs a stable and secure environment in the region. A consensus and comprehensive national security framework is necessary to provide strategic vision for a secure and prosperous Pakistan. Comprehensive security is a combination of traditional as well as non-traditional security. Pakistan has now started to realize that its geostrategic location can be best used away from geostrategic significance to geoeconomic importance, and therefore offers a regional connectivity to the countries within the region and beyond. The various infrastructure projects under the Pact, which would provide better means of communication between major cities of Pakistan, are near to completion. The focus of the US administration has moved from the Middle East and Afghanistan, Pakistan to Indo-Pacific region, which provides Pakistan an opportunity to reinvent and re-identify itself in the eyes of the US. It has ventured deeper into Africa, Southeast Asia, and Indian Ocean, island countries to strengthen existing ties and forge new ones. Pakistan must modernize its economy based on technology and artificial intelligence, which will help Pakistan in gaining importance in the global market. Terrorism and extremism are highly complex phenomena. Violence by individuals or by state has more fundamental threat to the safety. The use of modern technology for waging hybrid warfare cuts across sovereign borders and destroy the value systems. It is time to focus on economic development, poverty alleviation, and many other development issues that have remained on the periphery because of Pakistan's preoccupation within the security issues. Pakistan is fully focused on the timely completion of CPAC projects with due attention to projects related to education, agricultural capacity, and industrial development. As a major player in South Asia, Pakistan enjoys a unique importance and relevance. It has dealt with challenges successfully in the past and has the resilience to safeguard and maintain its security and stability in the future. Sitting at the crossroads of important regions, Pakistan has the potential to become a regional connectivity hub for economic and commercial cooperation. Peace in the region will bring vast opportunities for economic development and prosperity of South Asia. Pakistan must promote this narrative at the regional and international level, as this is the only way to achieve long-lasting peace and stability. Thank you.
Thank you very much for presenting a very good review of the impact of regional geopolitics. Our next panelist just completed his MS 2019 to 2021. That has secured his place in the scholarship. He has